very much for coming to this session on bridging the climate energy finance gap. We've heard a lot over the last few days and from the big international organizations about the key urgent need to replace fossil fuels with renewable alternatives in the run-up to delivering on the key commitments of 1.5 degrees global warming above pre-industrial levels. How are we going to make it happen? In the first session this morning, we had a particularly interesting presentation from the director of ARENA, laying out some of the central forecast for biogas over the period to 2030 with a massive increase in global output, and particularly in Europe. And even when pressed on what scenarios might make a difference, the reality was, he was saying that on any scenario that we have looked at, biogas is expanding extremely rapidly. So this is a real challenge for the industry globally. It's a challenge, it's a massive opportunity. We are beginning to see already, which is new over the last couple of years, companies developing biogas plants using just market prices, no support whatsoever. Air Liquide, for example, has been doing that in California. And the market mechanisms for extending the time period at which you can fix an offtake price are gradually getting there. They're not, in my view, quite there yet in Europe. But what the market is already telling us is that you can actually go out in quite a lot of parts of the world and build a biogas plant and hope that you're going to get a respectable rate of return on it. So what this is about is really saying, given the scale of ambition, given the need that we have to build up biogas and biomethane very quickly over the period to 2030, can we actually rise to the occasion? There are technical issues there are regulatory issues there, but also, of course, there's finance. And so this is about bridging the gap between those extremely interesting, important, ambitious goals and those of us on the ground who actually have to deliver in what is a sector which, after all, is still marked, like farming, by a lot of relatively small-scale companies compared with, say, the big oil and gas super majors. But it is interesting that even the big oil and gas super majors are dipping their toe in this space, Total Energy being an example, as we know. So I'm delighted to be chairing this session, and I don't know, John, are we ready to go? Our first presenter is ideal for scene setting here for us. It's Dr. Peter Zeniewski, who's the lead gas analyst for the World Energy Outlook from the International Energy Agency. As you know, the IEA is the absolute benchmark for those of us who ever get involved in forecasting. You always tend to compare yourself with the IEA forecast, and if you're trying to make a living out of it, say why yours is better than theirs, but theirs is the benchmark. So I'm delighted to introduce Dr. Zeniewski to talk to us about the outlook as the IEA see it for gas and how we bridge the gap between the climate goals that we have and the delivery.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I hope everybody can hear me. And apologies, I have a little bit of a throat infection, but I'm just going to plow on, and I'll stop talking when I run out of steam. But thank you very much for having me, and thanks for those kind words, Chris. Indeed, it's a lot of effort to put together these scenarios, so I'm glad they're of use to various stakeholders around the world that are trying to think through the cost of the transition and naturally, where biogas and biomethane fall into it. So what I'm going to do, just very briefly, if you allow me, is to set up the context in which we're discussing biogas and biomethane today. just by sort of reminding ourselves of where we're heading and where we were in the past. So if we look at the pre-Paris baseline for global energy-related emissions, we were on a pretty significant trajectory where there was no really end in sight for energy emissions. This would have warmed the planet by about 3.5 degrees in 2100 in this sort of baseline of 2015. Now, since the Paris Agreement and the efforts to limit global warming to well below 2 degrees Celsius, we've seen a lot of additional pledges and policies being translated into action. And now some of this is naturally linked to events such as the pandemic and more recently the turmoil in global energy markets. A lot of it sort of caused by Russia's invasion of Ukraine. But what we also see is a very different picture emerging in the energy sector, thanks to new policies, thanks to lower costs of renewables, and thanks to concerted efforts to build up those renewables in the energy system. And so this new trajectory, which we call our stated policy scenario, sees a plateau in emissions really over the next decade. But that still leaves us a great deal far away from the Paris Agreement goals. We would still hit around 2.6 degrees Celsius in this scenario, so still well above the goals of the Paris Agreement. Now, in the last year or so, we've seen a significant ratcheting up of ambition and targets in the run-up to COP26, and indeed during the event itself. We now have countries accounting for about 70% of global emissions announcing net zero targets. So that's around 120 countries as well submitting new or updated NDCs for both 2030, and these countries accounting for half of global emissions. And if these pledges are implemented in full, then we'd see a substantial deviation from current trends in those stated policy scenario. If everything is translated into material reductions in emissions, we would see a peak much sooner and a sharp decline down to below 20 gigatons of CO2 by 2050. Now, that would put us within striking distance of a well below 2 degrees scenario. So good news there if, as Chris alluded to, we see these pledges turned into action. Now, of course, the benchmark for reaching a 1.5 degrees trajectory is even more ambitious still, and we still have quite a remaining gap even between the ambition set out by the pledges and the trajectory, the IEA trajectory for reaching net zero, which would involve a substantial increase in ambition, especially over the near term, to build out renewables, to improve energy efficiency, and of course, to address the fuel mix. So getting really low carbon fuels into the energy mix as soon as possible. And this is where biogas and biomethane could play a very substantial role in addressing the emissions intensity of the gaseous fuel mix. Now, this is traditionally the IEA's looked at natural gas, as a fuel, but we're increasingly seeing interest both in biogas and in hydrogen, and also in gas equipped with CCUS, such that now we talk more about the world of gaseous fuels, not just natural gas. And we think about the synergies and the links between scaling up different types of fuels other than unabated natural gas to see where these fuels can fit into transitions. So I'll just put on the screen there what happens to unabated natural gas in our scenarios. So you see pretty consistent growth in the stated policy scenario that's moderated considerably in announced pledges, as countries move away from unabated fuels. Now, there is still a significant role for gas to play in the near term. In fact, in all of these scenarios, but especially to 2025, to rapidly reduce coal use in emerging markets. Gas can step in to play a role there. Now, that role is being challenged currently by significant market turmoil, unaffordability concerns, and so on. And we'll be naturally revising this outlook to take into account this new reality coming in the autumn. But by and large, it shows us that there's a great deal of uncertainty here for unabated gas. If we take the net zero scenario as our benchmark and look at unabated gas falling to near zero by 2050, we have to start layering on the other gaseous fuels that need to come into the mix over this period of time. So starting with the use of gas in end-use applications, in power and industry, very, very important role to play in sectors and subsectors where emissions are hard to abate with electricity alone. We see a significant role for gas through the use of hydrogen. Now, some of that comes from using natural gas and equipping it, equipping your steam methane reformers with CCUS to create near zero or very low carbon hydrogen. But the vast majority over the long term comes from electrolytic hydrogen, which is derived from a variety of sources, but mostly from renewable energy. And then we finally have biogases that can play a significant role as well in the distribution end, in decarbonizing heavy transport, but also if you inject it in grids, biomethane becomes a very important part of satisfying remaining gas demand in various regions, particularly in China, the United States, and the European Union, where these fuels, where this biomethane is getting a lot of support in transport, but in also other applications. So we see there that the picture becomes one of a mix of gaseous fuels that are not very far off from the amount that we consume in energy terms today. So that raises all sorts of questions about the infrastructure that we have today, how much of it is fit for purpose to accommodate the rollout of these fuels, and how much additional infrastructure we might need to build and to finance, indeed, over the longer term. Now, we've done a very detailed assessment of the global sustainable technical potential of biomethane, which has guided has raised a fair few inquiries from financial institutions who are interested in knowing how to monetize feedstocks, how to build circular economies, and what the business case for doing so might be. So this is analysis we conducted in 2020 when natural gas prices were very, very low. And we said that there was a great deal of support necessary, to bridge the gap between gas prices then and what we saw as being an average of around $20 per MBTU for developing your biomethane and also injecting it into grids or to bottle it or to liquefy it, indeed. The picture that you see here does not include those injection costs, so is slightly undercounting the overall costs of developing biomethane, but it gives you a sense of the cost curve and the links today to today's high gas prices. However, what we do say is that these high gas prices should not be a substitute for policy support for biogas and biomethane, even though we're encouraged by unsubsidized projects moving ahead. In the long term, the business case for biomethane and biogas does rest on a differentiation of biogas and biomethane to natural gas through its emissions intensity, through carbon accounting, and indeed through methane emissions or avoided methane emissions accounting that you could achieve by developing these fuels. This is the picture we have out to 2050. Indeed, costs come down. There are some learning effects, especially in the area of biomass gasification, but we do see a lot of additional organic waste streams coming online, especially in emerging markets in Asia. So I'm going to end on our view of where we see all of this heading and the uses of biogas and biomethane in our scenarios. Out to 2030, we see a significant rise, a doubling in the STEP scenario. So even in the current policy environment, we see a large-scale growth in biogas and biomethane. Now, a lot of that growth is underpinned by local electricity and heat demand. Energy access also forms a big chunk, but in volumetric terms, it's not as large as, for example, the growth that we anticipate of upgrading biogas to biomethane, especially in Europe and the United States, as well as in China, where there are specific policies for scaling things up. In the NZE, we see additional growth, likewise in the announced pledges scenario, but it's not until 2050 where really the full potential of that supply curve I showed earlier is being tapped to quite a considerable extent. Now, most of this growth, as you can see here, is linked to that upgrading to biomethane. In the NZE, biomethane is used for a variety of, as I mentioned, hard to abate sectors of the economy. And indeed, those pathways are materially raised in terms of where they appear, in the developing world as well. So it's not just a story of advanced economies with established grids developing biomethane. It's also one where waste management policies and responsible farming practices lead to a huge scale up in agricultural economies the world over. So it's really something where there is an equity aspect to this debate, and certainly one where financing becomes a very, very important part of the discussion. I'll leave these conclusions on the board very briefly, but I'll finish there in the interest of time and welcome the discussions.
Great. We'll come back on some of this. Thank you very much for that. What I'd like to do before opening up to questions, because I'm sure that there will be some interesting questions as a result of that very useful presentation. I'll leave that till afterwards, but I'd like to go now straight to Gary for a sort of first take on how you see what that scenario laid out by Dr. Zeniewski is, and whether you think that's credible, whether you think it's too pessimistic, and whether it's deliverable. I mean, you are at the sharp end of raising funds for projects as Marathon, and you have a lot of experience in this, so very welcome to the panel, and tell us how we do it.
Well, thank you very much, and the pleasure to be here in a great conference. As you said, at Marathon, we're a U.S.-based investment bank. We have a growing practice in Europe and in Asia and in Latin America, and what I saw in the U.S. was, and I'll get to the question in a minute, is a number of both funds, financial sponsors, and strategics in Europe, as well as Asia, looking to come to North America and trying to figure out how to get into the biogas space, and particularly RNG space. And that's still evolving, but because of that, I thought I should probably get over to Europe and sort of figure out what's happening over here a little bit more. And my history, way back when, did some financing of some of the feed-in tariff projects with another bank in Germany and some of the other places in Europe. So I've been around the space for a long time. I generally agree that there's going to be significant growth. I think it's unavoidable. I think the trends are there. The hard part, I think, is how do you marshal the capital needed? I mean, governments can set policies, and they tend to differ all over the place. And in the U.S., we have some federal policy, probably not enough. And then we have state-by-state policies that are much further ahead in renewable power than they are in renewable natural gas and biogas. But you see that changing and changing slowly. But to your point, I mean, in your original comments, you need to figure out a way to marshal capital and private capital that is going to be able to invest and get behind this space. And I think the good news is with this ESG movement, I mean, when I started in this business, energy security was the buzzword. That kind of went by the wayside as we all thought we were friends all over the world. All of a sudden, that's come back big time, along with the environmental issues come together. I do think there's a good future. And couple that with the ESG movement among corporates and financial sponsors is just going to continue and be sustained for a long period of time. Every company we run into, particularly the public companies, have some kind of net zero objective. And whether it's around gas or whether it's around megawatts, that when you look at what they're trying to do, you just kind of scratch their head. How are you going to get there? So the corporates are, in the U.S., a lot of this is driven by compliance markets, particularly in our renewable natural gas. But we're seeing an increase in the voluntary markets, and that's, to your point on contracts, we're seeing more gas utilities willing to sign longer-term contracts. So these facilities can get financed, and the cost of capital drops precipitously if I can get an investment-grade offtake behind a project. So that's been a very, it's slow to come, but you're seeing it. And then you're also seeing corporates particularly around food waste and all, the feedstocks are all different, the carbon intensities are different, but around food waste, you are seeing some platforms develop that have a C&I bent, where they are sort of aggregating the gas, if you will, the feedstock, and then looking to sign long-term C&I or commercial contracts. And that's actually, there's a few platforms doing that, and it's good to see. And I think it's early days, but I think ultimately capital likes to see that. They're going to want to see who are the platforms that we can get behind that can drive this kind of growth. And the feedstock story is difficult. Getting consistent feedstock. Do I actually control the feedstock, or does the feedstock control me? I mean, that is an important piece of the puzzle, trying to understand the feedstock. And I think a lot of capital really doesn't understand AD. It's slowly getting there, but they just don't. I mean, they may understand landfill gas to power and landfill gas to RNG a little bit better, but AD is somewhat new, and in the U.S. at least, it's got an up and down history. So there's an education process, but because of some of the incentives, you are seeing a lot of big private equity groups spend a lot of time in this space. And I ultimately think and they all have ESG funds now that need to invest in spaces like this. So I think the trends are really, really good, but bringing more certainty around cost, your comment on standardization, and understanding, renewable power, the cost curves went down until recently. The efficiencies went up, and it was relatively easy over time for people to get their arms around investing in solar and wind, and they're still trying to figure out storage. This space has been a little bit different, and trying to figure out how we get it. The whole value chain is more complicated, and trying to figure out, if you're a financial sponsor especially, how do I get scale, however you want to define that. Most of these guys don't want to just do one project. I mean, they want to build a business. And so trying to figure out how you get people at this conference together and platforms to sort of look at it in that vein, that we want to go from how do we go from project by project to something where we can scale it up and bring in larger amounts of capital, I think is going to be important to really drive the space. But to me, we're just seeing more and more corporates looking for RNG, looking for biogas in general, and it's hard to access. And I think you're going to see more of that. I'm sure you're seeing the same thing in Europe. But I think the trends are all there for this to be a growing space in the future. And I think a lot of capital looks at, can I get a better return? Solar and wind, kind of tough these days to get a decent return. Maybe I can do better in a newer space that has a lot of growth opportunity. And so it's incumbent on everybody here to sort of, take that and try to figure out how we can move that forward with these entities, because they're out there. I mean, they're all looking for a place in renewables, and a lot more looking for a place in biogas, and particularly RNG right now.
Great. Thank you very much, Gary. That's fantastic. I think we can, John, are we ready to go to our next speaker, who is Wim van Ness, who's the Global Technical Advisor Energy for the Netherlands Development Organization. So a perspective about how to make things happen. I'm going to share my latest favorite statistic, which is a friend texted me yesterday, the latest figures for the Dutch heat pump industry. It is quite astonishing that when people say, no, you can't really build things up quickly, the Dutch heat pump industry last year managed to, virtually from a standing start, install heat pumps in 4% of all the households in the Netherlands. So anybody who says we can't ramp up this industry needs to look at what they've done in heat pumps. You can move really fast. John, can we please move to Wim van Ness? I think you're going to need to, you're on mute. No? Still on? Are you on mute? Can you hear us? No? It's his end. Hello, Stefan Ness, you're on mute. Can you hear me? You can hear me, but we can't hear you, unfortunately. No? Okay. Well, we'll come back. Shall we, in that case, move swiftly on? No? Okay. We'll talk amongst ourselves in that case here. I actually had a question for Gary, which is, one of the issues here in this sector compared with wind or solar is with wind or solar, you take your offtake, or you get an arrangement for with a producer, and you're basically there. But in AD, what happens, and how does an investor make themselves comfortable with the fact that you may have a massive increase in feedstock costs? So do you actually effectively have to have the long-term offtake for the gas supply, whether it's electricity or whether it's gas or biomethane, and you have to have a lock-in on the feedstock? Otherwise, what happens if it's a crop-fed system and suddenly we see what's happened to wheat prices?
Yeah, traditional financing, if you go to project financing, they're typically going to want to see long-term feedstock agreements, some certainty around the feedstock, along with revenue certainty. Yeah.
And that's now getting pretty standard, and it's doable financially without too much complication.
It's evolving. I think it's feedstock by feedstock. I think if you go into like food waste in the U.S., it's very difficult in a lot of cases to get the contracts that you need.
John is telling me that we are now able to go to Wim van Ness.
Yes, can you hear me now?
Yes,
hey.
Perfectly. Thank you. Great.
Sorry, can you see my presentation?
Yes.
Oh,
it looks like a submarine, but it isn't.
Happy to be with you for presenting a little bit of experiences from biodigesters in emerging countries, and then more at the household scale. For those of you not knowing SNV, we are a long-standing organization active in over 20 countries, operating in 3 sectors: agricultural, energy, wash. And I think biodigesters has been, let's say, of our activity since 30 years. We do not build or produce biodigesters, but we facilitate and develop markets. Sorry for that. Just to set the scene of the technology, we basically talk about very small scale units with a volume of between 2 and 20 cubic meters. And there are ample modifications around in the field. It can be either constructed in situ with traditional construction materials, or increasingly we also see coming to the market prefabs in all kinds and sorts. So far, the dominant feeding is by animal manure, sometimes also coupled with human excreta, though there are some cultural resistance against it. And we aim at having at least 20 kilograms of day of input. Investment costs vary depending on size, location, quality, between 300 euros and 1,500. And technical life, there is a variation as well, of course. It can be 5 years, but it can easily also go up to 20 years. For these small-scale systems, the main gas use is on cooking, clean cooking. Women are in particular very happy once a digester is installed. Important to emphasize that we consider bioslurry as equally important, as many of the farmers, for instance, in the Sahel countries, they value even bioslurry more than they value gas. So far, SNV has supported the installation of over 940,000 units in 24 countries, and that is by the end of 2021. And needless to say to this audience that a digester has multiple benefits. Technical potential for household biodigesters, we estimate that roughly to be 150 million. In Asia, about 100, in Africa, 30 million, and then Central and Latin America at 20 million. I heard some other figures as well, let's say, and Dolph was also referring to already existing digesters. The main question is on the operation of the digesters installed in China so far. I think that country has established maybe 45 million digesters, but the question is how many they are still in operation. In all of these markets, we see interesting niche markets coming up for medium scale and even large scale digesters. What about the greenhouse gas saving potential of household biodigesters? Basically, there are 3 areas where methodologies could be applied. That is on the manure management, that is on the fossil fuel and non-renewable biomass substitution, and it's also related to reduction or substitution of chemical fertilizer. The latter methodology is for this kind of systems pretty difficult, I have to say. Now, in ballpark figures, what is basically the scope? If we consider a unit of 6 cubic meter, very average, with an investment cost of euro 650, this system will save between 3 and 6 tons of carbon dioxide, with current prices of, let's say, between 2 and 10 tons in voluntary markets, and it will provide annual revenues, let's say, to the tune of between 6 and 60 euros a year. Given the lifetime of 10-15 years, it's clear that carbon finance is a relevant source of finance, in addition to investments by customer, and sometimes we see also government and donor subsidies in the countries applied. In NDCs, we also see an energy compacts that countries do include quantitative targets on small-scale digesters and also medium-scale. For examples are Bangladesh, Burkina Faso, Ethiopia, and Nepal. What are market needs and opportunities? So far, we see only, let's say, investments coming into a handful more international companies like Systema Bio, like ATEC, like Home Biogas. It's very limited, and local companies even, I think, cannot get access to any meaningful equity or debt. We also need more technology providers in the markets for household digesters like prefabs and appliances that could also do other things than cooking. And for other appliances, we also need larger scale digesters. So I think that's also a market need. On the side of the end users or the customers, we need financial solutions. Results by MFIs in the markets has been really disappointing. So most, let's say, successful so far has been the supplier's credit, lease to own, pay you go, etc. Also, the markets for bioslurry, organic fertilizers need to be more developed and looking for traders. So there is on-farm application, but there could be also trading to, let's say, other end users. And lastly, the carbon project developers, brokers, and off-takers. My recommendations. I think in this forum, as bioslurry digestate equally contributes to the business case for customers, we talk a lot about biogas, but let's not solely focus on biogas. I think the digestate, the bioslurry, is equally contributing to the business case. And my last recommendation is to the World Biogas Association, hoping that they will be able to engage more sector players from the global south to make the association truly a global organization. I thank you.
Very much. And I'm delighted to say that we've taken that injunction to heart with our next guest, who is R Raghunath from India, from the KIS Group, which is I think the biggest, but he'll correct me if I'm wrong, biogas company in India. and will be our next presenter.
Yeah, good morning and good afternoon to whichever part of the world you are. Can you please share the presentation? Okay, thank you. Go to next slide. Go to next slide so that we're running out of time. Okay, next. In last 16 years, since we started doing biogas, probably we were a decade and a half earlier to talk about biogas, but since then we have become one of the largest biogas company in Asia. Next. And we all the accreditations. Next. And this is what we are capturing methane per year at the moment. Next, the volume of biogas we produce. And we are present in several countries across the globe. So we are doing a lot of projects in Southeast Asia and Asian market. Next. And this is what is getting more attention worldwide. All these carbon credits, be it voluntary, CDM, or gold standards, and renewable credits. So this is really capturing the attention of all the markets worldwide. And we do all that. Next. And these are just numbers on the next. Okay, this is what I was talking about, the Asian perspective of avoiding gas crunch in Asia. This probably, I believe, the first project in Asia wherein the biogas is produced in the backyard using cow dung or the cow manure, and it is being retailed in the same location. So this probably is one of the most ideal model for Asia as well as Africa and probably developed world, so that you don't have any transportation of cost. No transportation cost is involved for biomethane here. We make biogas at the back end, and at the front, we are retailing biomethane directly into the vehicles. So this is one project which has been commissioned 2 years back, and we see a lot of replications happening across Asia, and I believe across Africa and many countries it can be replicated in America also. Next. And this is probably, I'm not sure, the world's first 2 villages where they will be getting a piped biomethane into their houses. Some of the developing countries, the big cities, they have this gas line coming into their homes. But these 2 villages, this is happening in Malaysia, Sarawak, one island of Malaysia, wherein we are producing biogas from the organic waste from the sago mill, and we are feeding and making biomethane, and we are sending it to 2 villages in that nearby villages. So this is going to be one of the most suitable model for Southeast Asia, India, across Asia, and also for the African countries, wherein you can definitely avoid the dependence on fossil fuels, be it LPG or natural gas, piped gas. So this, I believe, going to set a tremendous role model for the entire world, and this is what is happening in Malaysia at the moment. Next. And this is another example. I believe, again, probably the first of its kind in Asia for sure, and probably in the world, wherein the new housing complex is built with a piped biomethane connection to all houses. It is under construction now. It's probably being commissioned in next 1 month, as you can see in the pictures here. So the new housing complex is built with the waste collected from each houses, and all these houses will be piped with the biomethane. So there is not a single house that will consume anything fossil fuel. I believe this is one of the role model for the new development, new housing complexes to be built or new township to be built in the world, so that you can probably be more sustainable and more avoid the dependence on fossil fuel. This is happening in India, and I believe this is going to be replicated in all the new developments is going to happen in Asia and India next time. Next, please. And as I heard from my previous fellow speakers, that a lot of corporates are trying to avoid their dependence on fossil fuel. And one such corporate is Unilever, and they have the largest facility or largest manufacturing facility in the world in Indonesia. they require more than 100,000 meter cube of natural gas per day. And Unilever has globally openly committed to be net zero by 2030. And they have decided to switch natural gas to bio-CNG. And we'll be supplying them bio-CNG or biomethane, what you call, by the waste from the palm oil industry in Southeast Asia. Whereas a lot of waste available in Southeast Asia, be it sugar industry, be it food waste. So this is one role model for the entire corporates so that they can definitely achieve net zero or avoid the dependency on fossil fuel. The potential for biomethane in Southeast Asia is phenomenal, and most of which is still not accounted in any of the forecasts I see. Basically, from the empty punches, bio-CNG, or the sugar industry waste, which is not being properly accounted on the potential side. So this is one example which is being done now in Indonesia, wherein we'll be replacing the fossil fuel used in Unilever, natural gas and diesel with the biomethane produced from the waste nearby Unilever complex. Next. And from the Indian perspective, as you can see, in India, presently, they have got a good policy. I think probably in Asia, only India has done with this policy. Indonesia is developing a policy. Malaysia is developing a policy. They have set up a very good price for biomethane in India. And Indonesia is also following that footstep. So probably we are discussing about exporting of bio-LNG, bio-CNG from Southeast Asia to Japan as well as South Korea. I think in the future, so Southeast Asia could be a bioenergy hub for the developed countries in Asia like Japan, South Korea, and even to the Europe to some extent. So the potential is phenomenal from Southeast Asia to be the energy hub, bioenergy hub of world in next couple of 5 years down the line. Next, please. And that's it from me. Any questions, any clarifications, I'll be happy to answer. Thank you so much to once again the World Biogas Association for inviting me to share the Asian perspective of biogas projects happening. Once again, thank you so much. I'm open for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, KR. I thought that was a really interesting presentation and one that is inspiring in terms of the ability to make things happen at scale where clearly they're very needed. And our last presenter today is Chris Maloney, President of Entsorga and the Integrated Biogas Alliance, to provide a perspective for us on, again, bridging the climate energy finance gap. Chris, do you want to go to the podium or?
You know what, I'll just...
You'll go here, okay.
And I'm sorry? The clicker's up there?
Yeah, the clicker's up there, so...
Well, then I will.
We're making you stand up, I'm sorry about that.
Okay. And it looks like I've got more than 2.5 minutes. Thank you for extending. So we for questions, we have extended this by 10 minutes. Yes, very good. Okay. Well, it's a pleasure to be here, not just because as a member of the WBA Council Board, this was a terrific opportunity, but because I'm here, my luggage is still in Amsterdam, so I attended the gala last night in the same clothes you see me today, but it is certainly a pleasure to be here. I wanted to give a quick shout out, since we have a few more minutes, to Charlotte and to the exceptional team here. One of the strongest advocates, the WBA, certainly under Charlotte's leadership with a stellar team, really enables events like this, and it's so wonderful to see teeth and smiles and not masks. So I want to touch on a number of things. I'm gonna go through this deck pretty quickly. But I think before I begin, the Entsorga's business is really bifurcated into two parts. One is the RNG side, and the other is the SRF, solid recovered fuel side. Obviously, I'm here to talk about RNG, But for context, my comments are going to be specific to organic food waste and landfill diversion as opposed to animal waste. So as been touched on a number of times, both yesterday and today, the news continually, every week, there's an article about decarbonization from governments and industry, corporations, tied to ESG, board imperatives, and there's a lot of hype, but there's a lot of capital and a lot of corporate support driving and implementing these programs to decarbonize the energy supply portfolio. But it's pretty clear to me anyway, and I think for many of us running businesses in this sector, that achieving net zero by 2050 is going to require more than just capital and programs. It really, I was thinking about some of the comments that Gary's made, Dolph, a conversation I had with Charlotte. It really is going to require a transformational collaboration, across, governments, certainly the whole investor capital side, technology companies, project developers, waste management companies. When I was, I had the pleasure of speaking at COP26 in Glasgow, and it was several of the conversations that kind of crystallized this point as it relates to business as usual and really getting after this market because there's a ton of capital chasing it. The technologies exist, but several of those presentations really highlighted for me this concept of a transformational collaboration. It's not going to be easy. It certainly will take time, but it must happen if we're going to align the climate change imperatives with investment ROI and economic and market realities, and certainly across the globe those geographic differences. I think you've heard this statistic before, but it bears repeating. With 2 billion tons of waste being sent to landfills every year, and just a small portion of that really getting into the energy economy. While we're seeing the acceleration, we still have a long way to go. Another statistic that some of you have heard before, I think, is that if food waste were a country, it would be the third highest emitter of greenhouse gas emissions on the planet, only behind the US and China. Pretty staggering. And also when you consider that only 2% of the global potential of AD is currently tapped, we really must continue our efforts to demand a level playing field. Another statistic that some of you may have heard, if you look at the fossil fuel subsidies today, it's running almost 7% of global GDP. Just staggering. As we have these conversations, these presentations, you think about that statistic, and that still exists today. It's got to change. And certainly we must continue to press our respective legislators to give our industry a proper seat at the table. We talk about this every year. If we can't put AD at the table and at the center of the government's CO2 reduction strategies, it's going to be really hard for us to meet these objectives. And if you forgive me, and next slide, please. I just want to do a quick commercial on Insorga because I think it'll provide some context because I'm the technology guy. So I'll go through this quickly. We've been around for 25 years. We are an ESG company since 2008. We've been net zero since 2017. Go on to the next slide. You guys can read through this quickly. I see the hook. Next slide, please. So 100 plants, project systems deployed on 4 continents, 27 countries, provinces. We're processing 2.5 million tons of waste every year and removing about 500,000 tons of CO2 annually. Next slide. This is really interesting, and it goes to a number of the comments that have been made today. And it's really at the heart of the competitiveness or the competitive differentiation of Insorga. And that's the intersection of feedstocks, the ability to handle mixed waste, especially with the proprietary technologies we have with our mechanical biological treatment, but the ability to capture as much of that value chain, not just over the organics, but the MSW. And it's one of the reasons why I referenced the SRF. Some of you know the cement industry, the largest emitter on the planet, is now driving with their Concrete 2050 plan to reduce by 30% of the fossil fuels going into their kilns. And we're all over that. The last point I want to make on this is something that I know it gets touched on, and that, you know, certainly there are presentations around organic fertilizers and compost. It is always kind of been considered as a developer kind of a necessary evil. You know, I see in the next several years, I see much more conversation around the NPK aspect of digestate and the back end. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, so this is Santhia, just outside of Milan, Italy. Phase 1 is operational. Phase 2 will be commissioned this fall. It's in construction right now. Serves about 1 million people, and process almost 90,000 tons of source-separated organics. This is really our flagship, and it's the only project, the only plant in the world that does both RNG, SRF, and compost. Next slide. And this is our flagship SRF plant, 300,000 tons of municipal solid waste, turning it into SRF for the local cement company. Next slide. Sorry, I'm going to take 1 minute on this because this is really important. I know we have some fellow members of the Integrated Biogas Alliance here. I think we've got 3 or 4 of them. This was really a concept that came about 4 years ago, specifically to address this idea around standardization and value engineering of platform solutions around a specific feedstock. There are 9 companies. We're in discussions with others. You know, over 200 years of combined experience. This is really an incubator. But it really is around not just innovation, but it really is around getting industry to a place where you've got an end-to-end solution with all the interfaces engineered, with leading technologies, you know, pre-engineered, pre-designed, that can be repeatable and that can be scaled. And in my mind, and certainly many that I talk to, this is really, really one of the keys around accelerating the deployment of biogas plants. Next slide. Final slide. As I was challenged with this idea of creating a blueprint. In my mind, I had this idea that I could kind of take these risks and kind of shape a blueprint. It became pretty clear to me that it's just impossible, the complexities and the layers of risks. But for me as a technology company, as a developer, these are the things that I think about, right? One of the comments that Gary made, I want to highlight, which is investment grade, right? I like to say these projects all start and end with feedstock, but they end with 3 things: ROI, ROI, ROI. And we talk about environmental sustainability. This industry is going to have to migrate to an economic sustainability, and that's going to require scale, and it's going to require, as I said at the outset, transformational collaboration. I'll leave it there. Thank you very much. I think we're okay.
I think we're doing fine. Thank you. Great. Perhaps I'd like to open up to questions, but perhaps I could kick off with one to Peter, because you showed a very interesting slide of the different costs for biomethane and the variation. I think it was according to region, but there was one, if I looked at the slide, I may be missing the color. There seemed to be more than one for Europe with different levels. Could you just expand a bit on how you've assessed the potential costs going forward in the scenario that you laid out?
Thanks. Yes, indeed. So what we did was we took a bottom-up view on the availability and the sustainability of feedstocks all around Europe, using sort of FAO data, World Bank data on waste streams and so on, and indeed Eurostat data. And then what we didn't do any kind of spatial analysis, which would be the natural next step to look at, proximity of feedstocks to demand centers or to pipelines or to grids and so on. But in the absence of that, we took some assumptions on how much it costs to scale up biogas and biomethane in specific parts of Europe where there's a concentration of organic material. Then we had to take some assumptions on the capital costs of biodigesters, what the financing looks like. The cost of capital is clearly very important, and all the sort of elements that were discussed just previously to take into account. So you'll have that variation in the supply cost curve. And if we look, at other comparisons in the literature, there's a variety of estimates out there. Some say 50 euros a megawatt hour, others say 100 or even more. But we wanted to give a little bit of sense of scale that there actually is low-hanging fruit there, and biogas and biomethane that can be developed at a relatively low cost. You think about your landfill gas, and your other sort of cheaper feedstocks that are out there.
Peter, you gave an average, which was 20 US dollars per million BTU? Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's the average for Europe, or was that the average for your whole projection?
That was globally.
Globally, right.
So for Europe, there'll be some variation. I can check the numbers, but it might be a little bit below that.
Yeah, great. Okay. I'm looking out around the audience. You're all being very different. Yes, Roberta, come.
Thank you. And I have a question for Wim. Wim, I was wondering, in your for the business that you are operating, it is mandatory to have CapEx as low as possible. What is the source of revenue? Is there any room for implementing features in these plants that reduce or eliminate methane emissions? In fugitive emissions I'm talking about. I'm afraid of the venting that is often, as far as I am informed, is a natural way of releasing pressure buildup.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yep, we can.
Yeah, okay, I think valid question. It's a concern, of course, also in this kind of small-scale installations. I think estimates are varying upon, let's say, some measurements have been done. I think not yet full-fledged research, but emission reduction or fugitive emissions may amount to, let's say, 5% of, let's say, the savings. But there could be variations, of course, for each and every individual unit, as it depends on both feeding as well as the using of the gas.
Can I ask, Wim, while you're still on, is this inevitably going to, this sort of rollout inevitably going to be an aid project, or is that actually potentially a business model that could make this a business proposition in a number of the potential areas where it could be really useful?
Yeah, it should become a business model, of course. Let's say a project and donor-funded project can only be, let's say, a startup of something more systemically to be established. It depends on the markets. If you go to markets in Niger and Mali, where we're just setting up now, let's say, support mechanisms currently, without any history in the country, there is not yet a commercial basis for biodigesters. If you go to a country like Kenya, if you go to a country like Vietnam, we are much closer. We're just starting a project in Vietnam, which will be financed by carbon revenues only. So without any ODA or without any support, even not from the government. So it depends a little bit how you regard carbon revenues. If you take that as a commercial source of income, I think it's doable.
Right. Well, certainly Tesla has, so I don't see why you shouldn't. Perhaps I could ask KR for his perspective on this, because as I understand your business, you're mainly in quite big scale, but you showed us a project which I thought was very interesting in Malaysia, which looked smaller scale. Is this sort of smaller scale potential use of biodigesters in rural areas, is that something that you can see as a business model will wash its face? I think we have, KR, you need to unmute yourself. Do we have a technical? No? Sorry, we've lost him. No? Back?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Fantastic. Great. Did you hear my question?
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, I heard your
Great.
question.
Far away.
Yeah, that's a model which is being done as a pilot model, which the government of Sarawak intends to replicate all over the state. So it's definitely a commercially viable model. If we compare the LPG price, which the household pays per month or for once in 3 months, so you can definitely give it at cheaper price than that. Coupled with carbon credits and all, it definitely becomes a commercially viable project. Like I mentioned, even on the bigger scale, Unilever, probably you might be surprised to know that we would be giving at the same price as natural gas price to Unilever. So economy of scale comes into the picture, and then the feedstock availability and reliability is definitely back-to-back contracted. So in such cases, I believe that properly done, properly executed projects, at least in Asian market, we can definitely compete with the natural gas price, and this is definitely going to take a huge growth in coming years in both Southeast Asia as well as in Africa.
I mean, it occurred to me listening to Wim's presentation that technology could easily be used in difficult to reach rural areas in developed countries as well as in developing countries that are clearly off the water mains system and maybe off the sewage system. Has there been any interest in that you know of, or is this very much strictly a focus on developing country need? Wim, did you hear me?
I did hear you, and I think, Chris, as I sketched, I think that there is this potential of 150 million households in the rural areas, livestock owners, basically. And the technology is fit for that. I think with whether it's 20 million or 50 million digesters installed so far, we are at the point, let's say, that the technology is proven. The only thing is access to finance. It's a matter of costs. And it's also a matter of business case, in which we also value, let's say, the bioslurry or the organic fertilizer also produced by the system. So yes, I think at the technology side, it's fit. We can go forward, but there are other barriers in the market that we need to address.
Great. Well, thank you very much. I think we're coming to the end of the session. For our very patient participants who are sitting here on the panel, I will give you the last word, because if there's anything you'd like to add just to wind us up. Mike, Gary?
I guess the last comment that I would make, I've been in the energy and renewables business 38 years. I've never seen anything like this before. I've been on the investor and utility side, both regulated, unregulated, solar, wind, and now biogas. People talk about this being kind of the Wild West. We're seeing some pretty staggering figures, but we also have a very staggering objective. And if you look at the trends, look at really what it's going to take to marshal the capital, but also to marshal the technologies and this collaboration that I spoke about, it's going to take this Army and a lot more to get there.
Great.
Yeah, I'd agree. I don't have anything to add to that.
Great. Well, I think that's a very good note to end on. I think everybody here will testify to the fact that there's an enormous sense of momentum building and a sense of real excitement, I think, about what the sector can deliver. So thank you very much for participating. I'm glad Gary and others confident that the money is going to be there. I think it will be. Okay, thanks a lot.
There's a lot of need. Thank you.
Hello everyone, welcome to the next session for the summit in the World Biogas Bouncy Castle. I hope everyone's having a nice event. Day two, everyone's starting to get a little bit tired, I think, and trying to cram 2 years' worth of conversations into a very few minutes. My name's Thomas Minter from Maloney Biogas. I'm generally known as the bleeding edge of innovation in AD in the UK. We were an early adopter of the technology about 10, 12 years ago, and I've got quite an interest and focus in new markets and new technologies and new applications of existing technology. I think one of the important things to note is that different parts of the world and different parts of the World Biogas Association are going to have different solutions to try and do the same thing. I noticed the comment at the end of the last session, which was around challenge, excitement, opportunity, search for investment. Investment seems to be coming through now like it hasn't done in the past. So they're obviously seeing the opportunities that are arising in different parts of the world. I'd like to introduce you to Uhuru Energy, who are an African-based energy company looking at a range of different organic solutions to decarbonize. Africa, often perceived by Western Europe as being a single country, is obviously a huge continent with a large number of different soils and climates and environments and politics and organizations. There are going to be a range of different solutions which are suitable for different parts of that continent and the world. And I think the innovative solutions that Uhuru have got going are going to be really interesting to see develop over the next few years, and that huge market. So without further ado, I'd like to introduce you to David Sonnenberg from Uhuru Energy. Thank you.
Thank you. Hello, Dragons. I'm one of the founding members of Uhuru Energy, a biomass-based energy developer in Southern Africa. We make sustainable aviation fuel, SAF, and you can talk to me afterwards about it. I've been doing that for over 20 years. And we develop large-scale biomass to energy. I come from a very, very dark place. 13,000 kilometers from here, or 15,000 kilometers from Kyiv. It's dark because we have constant blackouts. Oops. We got our first oops. Something's gone wrong. I like starting at the end. We do things very fast in Africa. We get to the end and the end product very quickly. While we're waiting for that, it's fantastic to be here again. I'm pleased it's not a Zoom or a Teams, and I put my pants on today. That's a spoiler. How did that happen, Phil? We start again. Okay, try again. So, a very, very dark place because we have a failing coal-based power electricity system. But South Africa has the highest solar resource globally and millions of acres of unused land, an ideal opportunity for developing massive photovoltaic system in the desert areas of South Africa, which creates substantial daytime energy, but a shortage of power at night. Don't waste a good crisis. We have this incredible opportunity of many opportunities in South Africa. Nighttime power from biogas, nighttime and storage from biogas. It's our opportunity number one. Why are we here at ADBA? either because you want to save the planet, make money out of selling biogas stuff to us, or your boss sent you. Hopefully you're looking to invest in Africa, and it is not a scary place to invest in. There are many companies, for example, 500 large mining companies that use over 15 megawatts of electricity only, some are 120 megawatts. That opportunity is there in Africa. I'm only going to explain a tiny fraction of the opportunities. My renewable journey began nearly 30 years ago when I was challenged by this man. He challenged me after his release from prison. Nelson Mandela became our first democratically elected president. He predicted that rural poor would flock to cities looking for opportunities. He was correct. As democracies develop around the world, globally, people are migrating to cities, which gives us many more opportunities. We then began our early version of Uhuru Energy, a rural community development program, biodiesel, designed to supply farmers, truckers, buses, and taxi operators with fuel. The Uhuru concept, even I can't say it easily that sometimes. The Uhuru concept is that industry must buy energy from rural communities from sustainable energy projects that benefit the surrounding community rather than buy energy from far, far away, from a group who doesn't really need another jet, a camel, or a luxury yacht. Uhuru has the solutions to decarbonize any industry in Africa using biomass-based energy. And lately, we've been inundated by approaches from multinationals, but we have a new marketing team. COP26 has been fantastic for us, and Vladimir is our new head of marketing. Europe can fit into Africa 3 times. It is big. Australia and America can fit into Africa 3 times as well. It's 20% of the land's area, of the total globe's area, and home to 1.4 billion people. 1.4 billion people, of which 700 million are below the age of 15. If you think COVID and the Ukraine are disasters, in 10 years' time, there's a catastrophe going to happen when 700 million young, hungry, unemployed, and mismanaged people are starving, restless, and have nothing more to lose. There are another 5,000 people in Africa in the time I've been speaking. Africa needs energy, and lots of it, which provides us with another fabulous opportunity. Africa's huge mineral deposits are far away from traditional energy sources. By growing energy near these deposits, minerals can be mined more sustainably, creating thousands of new jobs and opportunities. The unemployed would have a future. Copper, iron, chrome, and platinum would have lower carbon footprints. There are another 5,000 people in Africa. In the next 10 minutes, the amount of sunlight falling on Africa can supply enough energy to support the total energy of the total planet for power, logistics, mining, processing, and shipping. And for the energy for your comfort, heating, cooling, the media, computers, cell phones, and lots of cappuccinos. 10 minutes of sunshine in Africa for the world's total energy use. We harness that energy through biomass. There are another 5,000 people in Africa. Power plants. Uhuru has power plants, many power plants. Our power plants make electricity, fuel, heat, and cooling. Our power plants are called speckworm, Euphorbia terricalia, opuntia, and pineapple. These are all cam plants. Cam plants are plants that do not die when they don't have water. They can live in deserts. And you can see by pineapple, they're very valuable plants. Cam plants utilize a different photosynthesis when there's no water. It's called crassulation acid metabolism. It's an adaptation way to survive dry and desert-like conditions, which Africa has plenty. Africa's land mass is 6 billion hectares. 1/3 of this 6 billion hectares cannot support any traditional crops or agriculture. And the marginal areas are increasing at an alarming rate due to climate change and desertification. Every minute, the planet loses an area of forest equivalent to 40 football fields. While I said this sentence, 14 acres became desert. If you put these fields end to end, the speed of degradation would be 240 kilometers an hour. That's how fast we're losing soil, and gives us another massive, humongous opportunity. There are another 5,000 people in Africa. Africa's 2 billion acres of marginal land is the area the size of Europe, not suitable for any food crops, agroforestry, or grazing, and enlarging every day. If we develop only 50% of this land, we would have 1 billion hectares to use for renewable energy. 1 billion hectares of CAM plants that can survive in the desert can produce 2 million megawatts of base load energy, or billions of liters of fuel for logistics, with massive positive impacts. It can create 400 million new sustainable jobs and rural wealth. 400 million new sustainable jobs. It can sequestrate 7.5 billion tons of carbon a year and displace from the renewable energy 4 billion tons of carbon a year. These numbers are mind-boggling. The land is available. The people are there. The need is there. A project like this would halt desertification, grow and retain biodiversity, and slow the unemployed going to cities and the migrants to Europe. There are another 5,000 people in Africa. We do have one good green news story to report in this ecological genocide. The Great Green Wall of the Sahara and the Sahel, proving we can green the desert. The project led by the African Union to combat desertification and in the Sahel region and hold back the expansion of the Sahara. They are planting 8,000 kilometers, nearly the distance from here to Johannesburg, of perennial trees and crops, from Senegal in West Africa to Djibouti in East Africa. It is the world's largest new ecosystem. It's growing vegetation and restoring land, boosting food security, improving health, creating thousands of new jobs and income opportunities. Billions of trees are planted and supporting many new households. We estimate the fossil carbon emissions for the 3 delegates from Uhuru that have attended ADBA over the past 2 days, calculated from flights, trains, and numerous cappuccinos, to be 15 tons. It's from jet aircraft travel mostly at 90 kilograms of CO2 per hour per person. And we have to get back home. So we've established 10 tons to get to ADBA, with 5 tons for trains, hotel stays. He went to a Billie Eilish concert, data, and even more cappuccinos. So we've set it at 15 tons of carbon to be offset by us. When we knew we were coming here, we planted 16 hectares of our favored crop. It's a suitable crop for degraded land, doesn't need water, it's not invasive, it does not die in drought, it has 3-meter-long taproots which absorb carbon and it looks after itself. Fire doesn't kill it, animals don't kill it. We plant it once only, and the emerging shoots are edible. We call this our favored multi-purpose crop. And it's used as a substrate for biogas, biocoal, Biosyngas, which we make zero-emission plastics, fertilizer, biochemicals, biohydrogen, and green diesel. We found a plant that's 65 years old, so longevity is in its nature. The root mass on 1 hectare sequestrates 7.5 tons of carbon per year, per acre, for its first 5 years of its life. For ADBA, the leaves are harvested a few times a year. They're torrefied to make biochar. You can come and have a look afterwards. It's buried in sand, and it supports microbes and mycorrhiza to create soil, stop erosion, and sequestrate carbon. 16 acres of this biomass that we planted will sequester 120,015 tons of carbon. 120,015 tons of carbon we've buried, minus the 15 tons, leaves 120,000 tons. You've had your first fossil guilt-free expo. We've sequestered enough for all of your emissions at ADBA. It's your first guilt-free expo. The plant, this one is called vetiver. Your wife would have known about it. Her perfume has this as a base. Vetiver oil is made from the base of the plant. It is the most amazing plant. I've been planting it for 25 years in many countries. If God had to devise a new plant, this is what it would be. He'd repeat this one. It's superb. It gives us opportunity number 4. The word hybrid has been mentioned a few times during ADBA. Uhuru develops hybrid biomass solar projects. We call it agrovoltaics. We have too much sun. We have too much heat. So we use daytime solar with plants growing below. Biogas is produced 24/7, but only used at night or when it's overcast, which is not often. It's developed away from cities, creating many rural opportunities, and this creates opportunity number 5, a massive opportunity in the dry areas of Africa. So the biogas supplies the energy when the sun don't shine. The system increases the biomass yield for various reasons, and we can use the land twice, solar and growing biomass. Because the panels are cooler, you get more energy. The plants grow bigger because they're shaded and they're not subject to harsh sun. And there's more moisture in the soil in the desert, when the panels shade the soil and the biomass. We only develop perennial biomasses. Perennial biomasses are planted once. This gives us a huge amount of advantages. It's not an undetermined waste product. We're not waiting for the agri-waste from somebody. We know exactly how many tons per hectare we're going to achieve. The volumes are predictable. The crop is only planted once. Because the crop lives for many years, the bacteria, mycorrhiza, and microorganisms develop below ground, creating beneficial symbiotic relationships. We don't need fertilizer. Deep roots bind the soil, and the cost of planting the biomass is once only. We get multiple harvests, which gives us increased volumes and stimulates further growth. The volume per acre of perennial biomass is nearly that of double of a well-fed, well-watered annual biomass. Our favorite biomass for energy is spectrum. It's a cam plant. It's called Portulacaria afra. Another name is elephant bush. It must be a fantastic biomass if it can grow the largest land animal. It makes great biomass, and it's a cam plant adapted to desert environments. It is planted globally now to sequester carbon for offset programs. It grows profusely in any frost-free condition, and it can survive in the desert. It does not die. We only plant it once, and it's very easy to propagate and grows very easily. And we found out recently it doubles in size under solar panels. Uhuru has specialized in using biomass twice. We don't have the luxury of subsidies in South Africa. We do it for maximum efficiency and to turn projects into commercial viable options. We can offer tri-generation and even up to pentageneration in our projects. When we make 5 megawatts of biomass, we have enough dry digestate to make syngas. We have 5 megawatts of syngas, 5 megawatts of biogas, 1 megawatt of syngas. We end up with 6 megawatts out of a project. For many years, I've been challenging our team. I've been saying, why can a cow make so much energy out of biomass? Why can't we? We've been working with various institutions to try and solve this, mostly in Italy. They listen to us. They take on our challenges. And we're very close to understanding this. We can now produce 100% energy out of all the prepared biomass. So we're now receiving 3 amounts of energy from the biomass. 100% of biomass into biomethane. It's not a disaster if the CO2 level is high, and we don't have to look for end users for the CO2. Again, as we have no subsidy or support in Africa, this is a game changer for African biogas. We have 30% more energy for the same input, or we need 30% less biomass for the same expected outputs. So with some clever Italians, we've produced a cow. Well, 95% of a cow. We can't make a calf or milk yet. We have the most amazing opportunities of decarbonizing mines in Africa. There are 550 very large-scale mines. Outside in the parking lot here, I saw Ford Ranger. It was manufactured in South Africa. We're very familiar with this plant in Pretoria. Uhuru developed the decarbonization plan for this plant to turn this plant into the first zero-emission vehicle production facility globally. Ford has shown this project on international news many times. The biggest solution for them is large-scale biogas to do the paint, the heating, the electricity. While Uhuru was planning this project, we went through the fossil life cycle of vehicle components, which are rubber, plastic, aluminium, paint, steel, and lots of logistics. The steel journey for the Ford Ranger at the NEC parking lot begins with an open pit at a mine in a desert in South Africa. The mine is becoming hotter and hotter and drier. Last year, they recorded 48 degrees centigrade, the hottest ever due to climate change. What is interesting is 360 million liters of fossil diesel is used to mine the ore in this mine, which gives us 972,000 tons of fossil carbon. Opportunity number 6. The diesel is delivered 10,000 kilometers away from Cape Town by 10,000 road tanker trips. More fossil emissions. 22,000 tons of fossil CO2. On site, they use 120 megawatts of coal-fired electrical power, adding another 960 tons of fossil CO2. Opportunity number 7. The logistics of transporting this ore to a port, 861 kilometers away. The energy to power this train, which is 4 kilometers long, will releases another 450,000 tons of fossil CO2 a year. Opportunity number 8. By the time this iron ore is loaded onto a ship, for the Ranger outside, it already has given off 2.5 million tons of carbon emissions a year. The carbon emissions and the fossil fuel consumed at this stage has no local benefit to South Africans except for the 10,000 truck drivers, and adds to South Africa's emissions. We are the world's 12th worst emitter, nothing to be proud of, and it's because we have a fossil-based economy. Valuable forex leaves South Africa for the purchase of this energy. The iron ore that leaves South Africa for processing elsewhere has a high GHG footprint. The ore is shipped mainly to China, more fossil emissions. And it's run on large foundries. And can you guess what it's run on? Fossil coal. You guessed it right. More fossil emissions. That turns this ore into steel pellets. Come and have a look afterwards. These pellets are made at that mine with biogas in a container with a gas reduction burner, just to prove that you could make this on site with biogas and you didn't have to travel the iron ore around the world. That gives us opportunity number 9. If CEOs were serious about decarbonization, they would be doing projects like I'm describing. A portion of these pellets is now shipped back from China and Brazil to 2 ports in South Africa. More fossil emissions, more marine diesel, and railed to the middle of South Africa, where a fossil coal-fired steel plant uses coal to turn these pellets into sheets of steel. Those sheets enter the fossil-powered assembly line at the vehicle manufacturing facility to produce ranges like the one outside. No wonder the world's in such a climate mess, and Africa has so much unemployment. The solution to lowering the carbon footprint of this iron ore is to create bespoke CAM plants, growing projects on site in the desert around the mine, to use the biogas to provide the energy to the mine and energy to process the ore on site. And then we'll grow additional CAM plants to provide the energy for the logistics for the trucks. The positive impacts from this would be many new local sustainable jobs, small to medium-sized SMEs and new business development. Thousands of tons of carbon would be sequestrated permanently. Deserts and marginal land is turned into a valuable asset, halting valuable forex from leaving the country, and climate change is slowed down. A large global mining giant will turn its publicized decarbonization plans into reality, lowering the Ford Ranger emissions outside. Gentlemen, dragons, do any of you know what DME is? It's a colorless gas that we make from biogas. It is the propellant in probably the aerosol you used this morning. It is the only bio replacement that you can use for LPG, and that's where we see its growth. Japan and China are the world's largest producers of DME, mostly as LPG replacements. We have a module that bolts onto our 1 megawatt digester. Volvo engineers have been touting this potential of bio-DME for years, a fuel to replace or blend with diesel. Ford is running passenger cars on DME. In Milan, I've been driven around on a truck on a retrofitted DME system. For bio-DME, we see the biggest opportunity as replacing up to 20% of fossil LPG with bio-DME. We can make this at non-productive areas in South Africa. Bio-DME to replace fossil LPG is our objective. Volvo says it's convinced DME's time's come, so does Uhuru. I'm trying to talk as fast as I can, but this is our most exciting development. Regenerative rotational grazing for food and fuel. Ever since we've started projects in Africa, we have the food versus fuel conundrum. We've developed a project because we have a large, dry, hungry continent. Biomass-based energy projects, when we install them, produce more food and energy than there was before. But we've recently created what we believe is a groundbreaking food and fuel sustainable supply chain in Africa for vast grasslands. It's a viable solution for damaged, overgrazed grasslands. It's our opportunity number 11. One of the most sought-after experiences for wildlife and nature enthusiasts in Central Africa is to watch the Great Migration. This moving circular migration of over 1 million animals across the Serengeti Mara. It's an ecosystem as old as time itself. You might have seen this in the media, the constant movement of columns of wildebeest and zebra, which follow an age-old system in search of grazing. When grown, the leaves are only suitable for energy production, as seen burning in the veld annually in Africa. Uhuru has tested the process and proved more successful than we thought. The procedure. For every megawatt of energy, we plant 500 acres of degraded grassland with rows of new energy grasses. When the grasses are established, 2 acres of energy grass is harvested for biogas every day. Within a week, there are new green shoots. High in protein, animals rush to graze the grass. During the bulk grazing on new shoots, big volumes of manure and urine fertilize the area for future growth. Our solution follows the solution in Africa: fire, rain, emerging grass, and grazing. We plant grasses that are edible when young, and these grasses are palatable for the first 2 or 3 weeks. Thereafter, they are not palatable. When the next 2 hectares are grazed, the animals move to those shoots. Uhuru has run the system in a small area in our trial farm, and we're ready to unleash the power of regenerative rotational grazing for food and fuel on African grasslands. In the last 10 minutes, there have been an additional 2,500 acres of deforestation and new desert. Africa has another 60,000 people, and 1 million tons of emissions have gone into the atmosphere. Please invest in biomass in Africa. Any questions, Dragons? Thank you. Silence. Yes, sir.
Hi. Whoops, this is intimidating. Thank you very much for the lecture. Can you tell us a bit more about the spec boom plant? At the moment, are you just converting into biogas, or what process are you doing to extract energy?
We've managed to do biogas, and on the digestate, we've made a pyro oil, which we've then refined into a green diesel. We've also found out it is fantastic for cleaning water, and we've made a flocculant from it. And you saw in the Ford plant, they had this thick gunge that they've been using alum to clean the water, which is poisoning the environment. We've managed to clear it up with the spec worm. So what we've done is we've put the spec worm in the dirty water, taken the sludge out, the water is drinkable, and we take the sludge and the spec worm amount, and we put that in the pyrolyzer and make energy. So there's no waste to landfill. It's also edible for animals, as you've seen. So we could have a food and fuel process with that.
Okay, I'm just conscious that I've got a winding clock in the back of the room telling me to close up the session. If there are any other questions, I'm sure David will be around to answer them for a while. I noticed that lunchtime is coming up, so there's no talking going on for the next few minutes, so maybe we can take any conversations offline. Thank you very much for attending. Fascinating opportunities in Africa. I suspect all that's needed is money.
Correct.
Money and ambition.
That's why I'm here.
So I think, yeah, Africa has great potential. For once in the life of human existence, we need to actually take some action and get things working on the ground. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for coming all the way here.
Okay, thank you very much and welcome to the final session of what has been an excellent expo. So glad to have everyone back. Our final session is entitled Biogas 2030 Snapshots of Tomorrow. Now, in very small print, I could try to describe all of the different things we're going to hear about. But at the end of the day, the best way to predict the future is to invent it yourself. And the panel that we have are representative of the future technologies that will be coming on stream, hopefully before 2030. We've got about 100 people, I believe, online. Please, if you're online, if you have questions, then please do put them into the app, and then we will do our best with the time remaining at the end to include them. I'm quickly going to introduce the speakers and then hand over. Our first few speakers are online. I'd like to invite Dr. Adrian Hickson, who's the Managing Director of the NNFCC, to give his first presentation, if he's available. Thank you very much, Adrian. It's a shame we couldn't catch up in person.
Okay, thanks, Keith. Hopefully you can all hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Great. So good afternoon to everybody there in Birmingham, and good morning, good evening if you're elsewhere in the world. So as Keith mentioned there, if I can progress my slides, hopefully you can see, yes, I'm the Managing Director of NNFCC. We're a small consultancy company based in York in the UK, and we focus on the use of biogenic carbon, exploring their applications, markets, and the related regulations. And we cover everything from bioenergy through liquid biofuels to chemicals and materials. So our perspective cuts across sectors. So it gives us room to work and see how sector development might affect the way we use our feedstock or chemical intermediates. So biogas, this beautiful gas we can generate from waste and other materials, and of course it's a very flexible commodity. So we have the choice of what we do with that material, so generating power, supplying heat, fueling mobility, transport, and of course it is an intermediate, an input into the chemicals and materials chain. So I think in keeping with this session, and of course who remembers Access, our flexible friend, but how will we be using biogas in 2030, 2040, 2050 and beyond? What markets will we be supplying? So, and I'm going to make a case for why carbon matters. We have a very focused net zero climate debate on energy, and particularly in the last few years focused on hydrogen economy as part of that future energy mix. But carbon's important. Nearly half of all the packaging we use in the world is fossil derived. Over 2/3 of all the textiles we use is fossil derived. And as we decarbonize other sectors of the economy, for example, transport, petrochemicals are increasingly responsible for oil and gas consumption. And by 2025, it's expected that 50% of the total increase in oil consumption will be down to chemicals and materials use. So carbon is important, and we need to think about how we are going to manage our carbon. So in terms of that managing carbon, if we're going to turn away from the fossil resources for the production of our chemicals and materials, we have three choices. We use recycled carbon from the existing economy. We use biogenic carbon from the biosphere, or we extract carbon out of the air, direct air capture and use that. And so we need to manage that use. Recycling isn't perpetual. We will always need virgin materials into the chemicals and materials chain. We know that biomass is limited. There simply isn't the availability of biomass to replace all energy and materials use, and atmospheric carbon is expensive. So we really do need to think about managing carbon, and that's going to be a combination of reducing consumption, a more circular economy, being effective with the resource that we have. And when that comes to biomass, that means minimizing land use and also being efficient. So if we think about being effective, how we effectively use the limited biomass that we have available, well, I think certainly in recent years here in the UK, the Committee on Climate Change is quite clear that energy, we need to progressively move towards energy production, power production, heat production from sources with no combustion emissions. Because ultimately it doesn't matter in the near term whether that carbon is fossil carbon or biogenic carbon that's entering the atmosphere. If atmospheric volumes go up, that has implications. Of course, some sectors are going to be much harder to decarbonise. So marine and aviation, heavy trucking, for example, much harder to decarbonise. But there are technology on the horizon that you can imagine certainly being in place 2050. So hydrogen, green hydrogen into aviation, and green ammonia for marine shipping. However, organic chemicals and the derived materials, they simply cannot be decarbonised. It's not an option for carbon-based materials to be decarbonised. We can only defossilise. So that then leads us to question, in terms of climate change and our net zero aspirations, what's the guiding approach that we're going to use? Are we simply decarbonising energy, or are we thinking about defossilising the economy? And if we're decarbonising energy, are we accepting, and do we think that it's reasonable logic to be sucking carbon out of the air to simply replace the carbon that we mine out of the ground? So back to biogas, and we have an interesting research dynamic at the moment with parallel approaches to how we use materials. So on one hand, we have methanation approaches, so maximising the methane that come out of systems by converting the excess carbon dioxide. Or another approach would be to shift towards a hydrogen economy and convert that output into hydrogen with carbon sequestration. But does that make sense? And possibly, isn't carbon too valuable to simply throw down an energy well? And should we be making better use of it? And also, I think there's also the question of the rapidly decreasing cost of electrolyzers, which will call into the question any hydrogen approach that relies on carbon capture and storage, calls into question the economics. So is there somewhere to put all that carbon to good use? Well, we haven't got time to talk about this in detail, but clearly, yes, we have a market for around 1 million tonnes of methanol that biogas could certainly feed into. But we also have 230 million tonnes of carbon dioxide applications. So the demand is large and is there to be accessed. So I think, and we'll touch on a lot of this. I mean, the speakers that come next are experts in the technologies that they're developing. But I think as we go to 2030 and beyond, I think I'd like to see a more broader conversation. And I've just manipulated the Wikipedia entry for biogas, and I would suggest that it's a process used for industrial or domestic purposes to recycle carbon and inorganic materials into materials, chemicals, and fuels. And on that note, I'd just like to say thank you for listening, and I look forward to hearing the next speakers. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Adrian. I was surprised to see Access, your flexible friend. I don't know how many people in the audience are old enough to remember it. No one will admit to it. Our next speaker is Olivier Guérini, who's the VP Biogas for Total Energies. So, do we have Olivier?
Hello.
Yes, we do.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Excellent. So we are very happy to be connected. Good afternoon to everyone in Birmingham and everywhere else. So
could we just hold on a minute? I think we've got the wrong speaker on the screen.
I think we see Alex on the on the screen.
So, John, will I have to revert to plan B? So I was chatting to John before, and no, we're okay. I don't need to repeat any of the jokes from our host from the conference dinner last night.
Yeah. So could you see me? It's
yes,
okay?
we can,
yeah.
Olivier.
Excellent. Thank you very much. So good afternoon, everyone. Very happy today to share our vision about the biomethane market for the next year up to 2030. So I'm coming from Total Energy. Total Energy is a big company in the field of oil and gas and now renewable. So we are transforming very quick our company up to renewable energies now, and by investing up to 30% of our EBITDA in renewables. And now we are, from the last 2 years, on the biogas market too. So we have a biogas business unit that is in charge about developing this new sector of renewable energy. We have more than 150 people all over the world that are now working on different kind of projects everywhere. So we are here very exciting to develop biogas today and for the next year. So just today to share with you what we think important for the next year to develop the market and to develop the industry in order to have a biogas sector with a very important market share in the next 10 years. So today it's a very exciting topic because from the last 2 years we see a lot of change in the regulation. A lot of things have evolved in a really good way with a strong ambition worldwide. We see a lot of countries that now are moving on this topic. We see also very high potential of biomethane. So it's a very good potential to develop a renewable energy. It's not so easy. You have to collect the waste. You have to find it on the market. There is plenty of challenges in this sector, but the potential is here, and we are very confident about exploiting this potential in several countries. We think that we have only exploited less than 5% of this potential all over the world, so we are really at the beginning of the wave. And the question now is more or less how we can accelerate. There is no doubt about the capacity to develop on a long-term vision huge capacities of production of biogas. If I look about specifically, for example, the ambition for European, for example, we see different countries, we see different opportunities today in some countries. We see sometimes some countries that are not supporting biogas very clearly, and we have been very happy with the plan report EU that now European Commission is supporting biogas developments everywhere in Europe. We see also, for example, in US, some plans to develop biogas, and it's more and more clear now. In Europe, there is challenges that are important, is that regulation is not homogeneous all over the continents. You have some countries that have very different kind of supporting schemes. So for players that want really to produce, sometimes it's a nightmare to find a way to develop in Germany or to come in France or to go in Italy. They have completely to rewrite the things and change their business model. So we think that in the next year, it will be an emergency to work with European Commission. And I know that some association like European Biogas Association and ADBA are working hard specifically on that, and we think it's mandatory to be enabled to unlock this potential on the continent. There is also a very high complexity in terms of permitting for biogas. It's very complex because you have the permits for building the plant, for exploiting the plant, but also for digest spreading. So it's very challenging for the developers to manage those kind of complex regulation. We think that we can do better. We see some countries that are much more simple, and even with that are doing very good things in a sustainable way with a lot of social acceptance also. So we think that there is a huge improvement we can bring to the market in the next year through the new regulations. I'm very also excited due to the demand on the market because we know that now the crisis in Ukraine helped that also. That was one of the positive effects of this very, very bad war. That was now people really want to have biomethane in their mix of fuels, particularly companies that are using natural gas as a fuel for mobility or as a fuel for their industries, for example, for heat furnaces. So they really want to see a part of biomethane in their energy mix. So we see that the demand is growing on the market. It's not so clear for every people, every companies, because some of them do not have the same regulation, also or the same incentives in carbon tax, for example, to decarbonize their own process and their own consumption. But we see that market demand growing. We see also new sectors that are very exciting in mobility, heavy mobility sector. We see a huge demand for trucks, and biomethane is particularly efficient in that way to decarbonize the heavy transportation sector because the solutions are here. They are very reliable. They are very interesting for the users. They are not degrading the quality of service, so they can really convert the current fleet in some way that they will not degrade their proposal to the market in terms of autonomy, in terms of space for transportation. So when it's ready now, so the company that wants really to make a move in decarbonation, they are very happy to use those solutions with biomethane as a fuel. There is also very huge demands due to the circular economy. So thanks to Adrian that give us some reminders about the global cycle. People also are very happy to see that they can produce renewable energy in their territory and use it directly in their own end users' appliances. So this circularity in terms of communication, it's also very positive for the demands, particularly in terms of local acceptance. So how do we get there? I think this is the topic of today and the topic of this industry. We comes from a small niche industry, and now we want really to make it as a part of the new renewable economy. So the notion of scaling up is really key for the market and for the industry. And we will need it's a big challenge for biomethane because it's a small scale business. So we need to duplicate. We need to do it in a sustainable way. And we probably know, that those aspects of sustainability will be much and more complex for the next years, particularly in Europe with the RED II and the RED III directives. So states, society will ask for more and more renewable aspects, sustainability for the biomethane production. So we need to improve that, and we know that it's not so simple, but we know we need to do it collectively. So these aspects for the scaling is very important, and also we need to accelerate in terms of investment. I think that the plan REPowerEU is a very good example. Today we are producing around 30 terawatt-hours in Europe of biomethane. We need to go to 400 terawatt-hours. So roughly we need to multiply by 10 the production in the next 8 years. So it's just enormous. It's such amazing what we have to do in the front of us. So we need to fulfill that promise. It's very important to give confidence to the customers that the industry will be able to invest such amount of money and develop such amount of plants. Roughly it's around 83 billion euro we have to invest in the next 10 years to make it possible in Europe, and you can count on those kind of order of magnitude for the rest of the world. So it's very important. The last point, but not the least, is the sustainability. Also, we are very excited about improving sustainability for the next years for plants all over the world. So improve it in other countries like India, like Brazil, like in Africa, but also in Europe or in United States. We have significant progresses to do to improve the sustainability value of the biomethane, because we think that it's really the key for the customers to prove of that sustainability, to give them that sustainability with a part of transparency that is very important also. And in that way, we need to improve our mechanism to give that transparency, to show where does the feedstocks come from, how can we proceed the plants, in what manner we are doing it, how we can interact with the local further.
I think you've used up your time limit, Olivier. But,
yeah. I'm finishing. Finishing. So that was my last sentence. So, we think that this sustainability and this local acceptability is very important. Also to give to the local population the occasion to contribute to those projects, and we are.
Thank you very much, Olivier. I think we'll hopefully be able to get some more points in the Q&A session, which we're saving time for. Thank you. And now I would hope that Alex Marshall, who we had a little sneak preview of before, is available. Alex is the Group Business Development and Marketing Director for US for Clark Energy, a very important member of the community. So hopefully by magic, Alex will appear. Thank you, Alex.
Thank you for the introduction. Good afternoon, good morning and greetings from Massachusetts in America. So I'm going to give my presentation is titled Snapshots of Tomorrow Today. I'm going to give you a bit of introduction about who we are. Clark Energy, for those of you that don't know us, we are an international business, much like Olivier's, operating currently in 28 countries globally. We seek to reduce costs, carbon emissions for our customers, 7.4 gigawatts of power globally, of which 1.4 is on different types of biogas. And we do turnkey installations backed up by reliable after-sales support. And that gives you a view of some of the locations that we have installed. So we represent Yambaca and have installed gas engine projects, distributed generation projects, and sustainable waste using biogas. We have two core products on biogas, the INEO Yambaca gas engine, which goes up to 3.3 megawatts or plus on biogas. And we also have TPI's membrane and selective solvent plant. Those are the kind of the building blocks of where we are. And if you look historically at biogas, where did it fit? You're talking about biogas from waste, agriculture, wastewater treatment plants and distilleries and landfill gas sites. And then quite often those applications didn't necessarily match with the other applications for gas engines, such as peaking, carbon recovery for greenhouses, emissions avoidance from coal mine sites. So you've got a significant proportion of the applications of gas engines on biogas. Now, throw that into the mix is hydrogen. Historically, hydrogen was a component of special gas, whether that's from gasification or whether it is from furnaces in South Africa, consisting of roughly 20% hydrogen, 80% carbon monoxide. Hydrogen can now also be blended into different types of kind of pipeline gas applications, whether that's natural gas or biomethane. And hydrogen can also be created from or go to biogas. So we've got a much more flexible, movable feast by way of utilization of the fuel applications and sustainability. These next graphs are slightly out of date, but this does highlight the importance of not only the flexibility of the technology, but the flexibility of the requirement of demand and supply on the grid. This is particularly for the UK perspective. There is massive amounts of flexible generation that is required to balance the intermittent nature of the increased levels of solar and wind we've got on the grid, but then also electric vehicle charging. And also that translates through to very, very high prices at certain times when you've got a true market that's representing the cost of energy at a given time. And at other times it's very, very low. So the biogas has to fit in with these more and more changing and complex structures. So we view this as a series of different building blocks with combined heat and power engines now integrating with biogas upgrading, potentially with heat pumps, with electric stores, with solar PV, with wind turbines, and a range of different fuels that are available that can be generated from surplus intermittent energy, or alternatively it can be used from waste. So we've got a really, really complex situation for the future. So some of the case studies that we're showing as to how that is addressed by practical projects now. Firstly, a slightly older project, but this is very good. This is Veolia site just outside Paris. It's a landfill which thought outside the box and started to recover the heat from the landfill gas engines and used that renewable heat in district energy process. So a biogas by the back door. You then have an exciting project, though not biogas related, but it could be. This won last night's Distributed Generation Awards, but here natural gas engines in this instance are linked to a greenhouse. There's recovery of the CO2 from the engines to enrich the growing air of the tomatoes. You then have surplus electricity from the CHP units used to drive water source heat pumps, and in turn provide 4 or 5 times the amount of renewable heat that you have as electricity. So that's a massively integrated, complex project, but an exciting taste of the future, because heat pumps are another thing that we need to think about, and decarbonisation of heat in different applications. Then we're starting to see hybrids of biogas upgraders with biogas CHP engines. This is a site in Indiana in the US linking these two technologies. The drivers aren't as clear in the US as other parts of the world where you have more market-driven forces, but the Californian RINs here are driving the market across the USA. An interesting change that's likely to come in the future is the eRIN. This is a piece of legislation that is going to encourage electricity from biogas once more, and tying that to electric vehicle charging, which is deemed to be, from the Californian perspective, equivalent level of carbon benefit as to biogas upgrading with grid injection. So you're starting to see, again, more of these flexible applications. I mentioned a lot at the moment with CO2 recovery. Here's a practical project which we've delivered, or we're delivering in France, with CO2 separation and liquefaction off the end of a biogas upgrading unit. Nice low temperature gases which can be used very readily and easily and separated easily. We're going to show you a more complicated project than this in a minute. From a US perspective and an African perspective, you started to see more complex projects, again, integrating multiple technologies to deliver resilience local to the site of use. So we're seeing CHP combined with steam recovery, with battery energy storage systems, with gas fuel generators, optimized and specified with microgrid control systems, and then also integrating in solar PV. And then finally, in the crowd is Victoria Kay, who can probably put a hand up. She'll be able to tell you a little bit more about this if you come to her afterwards. But this is a great project we're working on with Severn Trent. It is one of our first kind of true R&D type projects. And thank you to the range of different stakeholders that are working with us on that. The technology provider is the carbon capture machine. This is a spin out of Aberdeen University, and recovers the off gas from or will set to recover the off gas from a biogas engine and convert it into calcium carbonate products. So just by way of a recap, this is a carbon negative project. And why? Because the atmospheric, the short-term carbon cycle, if you're starting to pull out some of this CO2, you start to net reduce the CO2 in the atmosphere. So this project is going to be done over the next year and a half, 2 years, at one of the Severn Trent wastewater treatment plant sites. Here we see, again, so they contrast this with the clean, low temperature gas from a separation unit. You've got 450 degrees C temperature CO2 coming out at low dilution, so it's not pure CO2, it's with other gases in there too. You have to cool that down. You have to then absorb the CO2 into a solution. This was with dilute alkaline to create a carbonate. And through a series of CSTRs, continuously stirred tank reactors, you can then start to precipitate out calcium carbonate and calcium magnesium carbonate. And this has a range of different exciting uses, not least our parent company is the Kohler company, which produces kitchen and bathroom products. We could potentially put this calcium carbonate into the kitchen and bath products we have, but there's a range of other applications for this. So you start to have a carbon negative input offsetting what was previously a mined input to various different products. So exciting times, and Vicky in the crowd can talk to you a little bit more about this if you're interested. Thank you very much for your time and attention. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alex. So, from the virtual world to the real world, and I'm delighted to have Danielle Maloney from the Litat Technology Centre and Donny Macmillan from Robinsons, who will be co-presenting this presentation. So, over to you.
Okay, thank you. I hope you can hear me. I'm going to stay sitting if that's okay, just so I can see the slides. My name's Donny Macmillan, and I manage a biogas generation plant in the Western Isles of Scotland. And I'm hoping to demonstrate today the opportunities that are available to anybody who runs an AD plant and a biogas generation plant. Next slide, please. So I think what I'll do is we'll skip straight to the third slide, if that's okay. So that slide there pretty much says everything that happens on our site. So we started in 2006 with a council-run AD plant that was designed as an alternative to landfilling kitchen and garden waste that's municipally collected. Subsequently, since then, the site has integrated a wind turbine and a hydrogen electrolyzer. So, subsequently, we've also added in a Landia fish pasteurizer. So what you'll see on that slide is what's the kind of buzzword of the time is the circular economy. So at the heart of our biogas production is our AD plant, which initially was designed just for kitchen and garden waste disposal as an alternative to landfill. That biogas is then captured and put through a combined heat and power engine, as you will see on the slide. That was our initial MO. Then we integrated in an electrolyzer. That electrolyzer obviously produces hydrogen and oxygen. We have since then, we almost had to produce our own demand for the hydrogen because we are producing hydrogen without almost a customer for it. So we have purchased our own dual fuel hydrogen and diesel refuse collection vehicle so we can collect our own waste that comes back to the site, fed to the AD plant, produces the biogas, feeds the CHP, and the circle goes round again. We also have subsequently added in an oxygen capture because we partnered up with the Scottish Salmon Company who inquired if there was a use for the oxygen because we were venting it. Like most other electrolyzers, you vent the oxygen as a byproduct. However, they can use it at their salmon hatchery to reoxygenate the growing tanks. So what we're trying to demonstrate here is the integration of different technologies that it all comes from having biogas at the heart of it. So we produce the biogas that runs the CHP. CHP produces the electricity that runs the electrolyzer. Electrolyzer produces the hydrogen and oxygen. The hydrogen we use for fueling our own RCV, and we also have a fuel cell out at the salmon hatchery. So that fuel cell keeps the power on, provides all the heat and power at the hatchery, and the oxygen we supply them provides the oxygen for their growing tanks. Ultimately, that fish from the hatchery will grow into full-grown salmon, go to the process plant, get gutted, filleted, and we get the waste from the waste processing plant that subsequently comes back to the AD plant, and there's your full circular economy. So I'm conscious of the time. Sorry, I forgot to add, we also have a wind turbine that was again added in 2010. We opened in 2006. That we use the curtailed power of the wind turbine, which is a common problem up and down the UK, that most wind turbines probably don't always get the consent to discharge to the grid to their full capacity. So we were in that scenario, and we use the curtailed power to also run the electrolyzer. So I'm going to hand over to my colleague Daniel, who invited us to be a partner in his project as a result of what we're doing in the Western Isles.
Thank you, Donny. I'm Daniele Morognoni. You can switch slide. and switch it again. And we took the case of outer hybrids that just explained Donny as a nice case for the development of an European project called Robinson, where I'm happy to be participating. And the aim of Robinson is to help decarbonizing industrial geographical island by developing an intelligent, robust, and flexible energy management system, integrating technologies across different energy vectors. And this project is going to be demonstrated in the demo site of the island of Eigerøy in Norway. And there are other 2 virtual demonstration islands, one outer hybrids and another one Crete. Is a project funded by the European Union, is made by 18 partners from 10 different countries. Lasting 4 years, we are more or less halfway of its life. And switch slide. It has, can you pass? Okay. It has these different objectives, starting from the technological one of these, developing this energy management system that when we will look more in detail, demonstrating it on a real demo site plus a couple of virtual replication scenario and trying to evaluate its impacts in terms of human health, environment, and the validity of the business case and the cost demonstrating the cost competitiveness of the world system. Please switch. In Eigerøy, here you can see the network of technologies of energy production, conversion, storage that will be implanted within which we can find a wind turbine, an electrolyzer for hydrogen production from the excess energy of this wind turbine, a gasifier producing syngas from wood residues. Also there is part of anaerobic digestion, which is actually the main, where I want to focus more the attention based on the audience. And what we are developing from a lower TRL is a kind of improvement of anaerobic digestion based on the integration of bioelectrochemical systems. And if you switch, you can see what is a bioelectrochemical system is an electrochemical cell where special bacteria which are able to interact with electrodes by means of electrical energy are able to improve the kinetics of organic matter oxidation and methane production for in the end, the improvement of the digestion process and trying to go from the simple biogas to biomethane richer in methane. Switch. And this part is where I'm working with in Leitat. As you see, it is completely another scale of what you have seen so far. We are not in the market. We are a research center. We are doing things at very little scale, starting from the design of the cell, the electrodes, inoculation of the electrodes with this bacteria, special bacteria, let's say, and operation at the pilot scale. But the main objective, switch, is to transfer this to the demo site. Can you switch? To the demo site in Norway, of course, in collaboration with a manufacturer company, Hysistec, at the facilities of Prima Protein, which is a company processing fish and having its own wastewater that we are going to use as feedstock for the process and trying to increase the technology readiness level up to 7 within the next 2 years, and we will be happy to show you the real results next year, in a couple of years when this project will be finished. Next. And here in the last slide, just for the content of the European project, if you want more information, a part of a very, very, very brief introduction that I gave to you now. And well, thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Danny. So our next speaker is Jesper Poulsen, who's a licensing manager with Topsoe, a catalyst company, similar background to myself. And I'm sure Jesper's going to tell about all those small-scale plants that Topsoe's developed technology to make use of the biogas that we have.
Exactly. Yeah. So I'll talk a little bit about how we can help you upgrade your biogas either into biomethanol or biomethane as well. And a little bit more background. Yeah, my name is Jesper Paulsen, introduced, licensing manager for Topsøe here. So yeah, next slide, please. Who is Haldor Topsøe, or Topsøe as we're known as now? We are a catalyst and technology provider. We was founded in 1940, and we are transitioning, or can help you transition into a renewable, sustainable future here. So a little bit overview here on what we can help you with. We have our proprietary Topsøe SOEC electrolyzer, which can produce hydrogen that can be combined with CO2 from AD plants and transformed into, we would push for methanol or SNG, or what we call renewable natural gas, methane here as well. But of course, you can also go into other e-fuels such as kerosene or diesel or gasoline as well. The strength that Topsøe comes with is that we can actually provide both the electrolyzer but also the catalysts for your needs. Of course, we want to put them into the harder bait sectors. That could be transportation, chemicals and fertilizers, but also the heavy industry. Next slide, please. Just a little bit on how we see the biogas options. The biogas can be used directly in a biogas engine, and then you have a CO2 emission. You produce energy from that. You can also upgrade the biogas into biomethane. You can send that to your grid. You can also take that vented CO2, you can actually upgrade that together with hydrogen and then produce, it could be compressed biogas, or it could be liquefied biogas that could be used in trucking or other heavy industries. But you can also actually take the biogas all the way to a liquid fuel that can be used in the maritime industry. Next slide, please. So looking a little bit on the outlooks, so biomethane, we see that's both being a fuel and feed for the green chemicals in the future as well. Around 90% of the biomethane currently comes from the biogas upgrading units. And the European Union has been very ambitious on how much biomethane we should have in our production by 2030. And I think everyone here knows that even to 2030, that's quite an ambitious target to meet. Looking at biomethanol, it's a bulk chemical. The current market is around 100 million tons per year. We expect that to grow at around 3% per year. And currently the gray variation, which is natural gas based, has a price range of around $300 to $800 per ton. Currently, due to natural gas prices in the higher end of that. Next slide, please. So, looking first for our our technology for biogas to methanol production. So here we can actually take the cleaned biogas, sulfur-free to some extent, of course, and actually reform that in our electrified reformer. Traditionally, this has been done at scale in conventional steam methane reformers with very, very high gas flows. But we actually have a technology now where you can produce at much smaller scale with still achieving the economy that you want to. And the benefit here is that you don't have any emissions from any flue stacks because we do the heating with the electricity instead. You run a little bit short on hydrogen if you want to produce methanol, so you can either import additional biomethane to the process, or you can also integrate it with an electrolyzer to actually produce the syngas mixture that you want to produce certified biomethanol. Next slide, please. So our high temperature SOEC electrolyzer technology, we see this as being has significant benefits compared to low temperature electrolyzers. And what's the main benefit is here that we can actually feed this with steam compared to liquid water, and then you get the benefit of a much lower energy input per normal cubic meter of hydrogen. So what we can achieve now is around 3.1 kilowatt hour per normal cubic meter of hydrogen, which is compared to low temperature electrolyzers much lower. Next slide, please. Then for the biogas or bio-CO2 methanation, the carbon sources, and this is where we come in, we see the biogenic CO2 as a very, very valuable resource. It's currently vented in many places. It can of course also be liquefied and sold off as a product. But where we see this can be upgraded to is essentially more biomethane. So what you need here is you simply need to squeeze in a little bit more hydrogen. We have proven technology. We are quite comfortable in methanation. We've done it for many years, of course, for the good old, you can say, coal industry and mainly in China. But we have, you can say, proven the technology down to scales that fits very well into the AD community. And this solution here can be integrated very well with our SOEC technology to actually achieve unmatched efficiencies. So next slide, please. So just a little bit highlighting the overall energy efficiency from to product. If we take the first methanol via our ESMR, you can see if you actually can achieve up to above 60% efficiency from input to output. That's quite a high number. And then you can say we can also compare that to the e-methanol route. So what is the e-methanol route? That's basically a route where you take hydrogen and CO2, combine them into a reactor. It's harder to achieve the same efficiency doing that route, but if you have you can say locations with very low electricity prices, this could compete with the you can say the straight biogas route at least. And then we can look at the methanation. If you combine that with our solid electrolyzer technology, you can actually also achieve up to 67% overall energy efficiency. And then we can compare that with the low temperature efficiency, so we are around 16% higher. Again, you have some waste heat that you can integrate into either district heating. It can also be used in your AD process if you want to maintain. So you need to maintain your temperature in your tank a little bit. So that's definitely also a place where it could be used. It could also be used for district heating if need be. Next slide, please. Yeah, so a little bit on the outlook. Biogenic CO2 will be very valuable in the future for our green transition, serving the hard-to-abate sectors. Upgrading biogas by renewable power to methane or methanol are viable routes. Topsy has very energy-efficient technologies available for both routes. We have our novel ESMR technology that can enable you to actually take the biogas and convert it to methanol with high energy efficiency and no process CO2 emissions. Our SOEC technology enables you to do full biogas conversion to methane with high energy efficiency by using the heat of methanation for the hydrogen production. So yeah, that's next slide. That's actually what I have from my side, at least. And thank you for the time.
Thank you very much. So although I could ask 20 questions about catalysis, I'll restrain myself, and instead I'll hand over to Joshua Riddett, who's the founder and managing director of Easy Crypto Hunter.
Awesome. Okay. Do we have a clicker, guys, on the stand? Fantastic. Amazing. Cool. Okay, so you're probably all wondering, what the hell are you going to listen to some bloke talk about crypto at an AD conference? So don't worry. Hopefully this is going to make a good bit of sense to you. And hopefully we can demonstrate what we've been doing very successfully here in the UK and in other countries, and what makes things so interesting. So I'm going to run through this quite quickly, and then hopefully you can have some good questions at the end. But effectively, those of you will be vaguely familiar with crypto. Obviously, there's a physical computational process that's involved in that. Usually, I'm the nerdy one talking on stage, and then listening to these guys, I feel thick. So this should be quite good for me. It's a bit of a nice break. So I talk all over the world. We work with huge amounts of a range of clients. So predominantly, the technology that we use just runs on electric. It's a posh computer. So the majority of our clients are nothing to do with the renewable energy sector. Lots of them pull from the grid because it's financially viable to do so. However, we're now on over 70 renewable sites across the UK, hydro, wind, solar, and of course, anaerobic digestion. Effectively, we got plenty of news articles. So the BBC wrote a nice little article about me, from cow poo to crypto, which I thought was quite nice. So effectively, we've got these all over the country, and we're doing quite well. So in a really, really simple nutshell, because I'm very mindful of time, we work with basically business owners to help monetize the power that you're producing in any of these facilities. Ultimately, using that power on site and using that power to mine cryptocurrency is, bar none, the single most profitable use for that power. End of discussion. We'll get to some of the numbers recently, but it's really quite interesting because ultimately a lot of the models that, this slide's a little bit longer and you go through all the interesting stuff. We'll cut a lot of this out today. But in terms of kind of who is doing this, for those of you that are still watching on what's going on TV, a lot of people often think, that Bitcoin or cryptocurrency is this kind of weird online crypto thing that sits in the background and no one really gets their head around it. Only of course, the markets are kind of a little bit down at the moment as the global economy is having a bit of a wobble. But only 6 months ago, Bitcoin as a global currency was worth more than the pound sterling. And yet people think it's some type of magic internet money that doesn't mean anything. So El Salvador is now the first nation state in the world that the government accepts as payment. And of course, Tesla, you can buy your car with it. And of course, Grayscale, one of the large pension funds in America, now accept crypto moving forward. And of course, PayPal is now fully integrated in the crypto space. So yeah, basically a machine that pays you. So the concept of this isn't that new. You know, we've all got websites in the room. We're all pretty familiar with paying 20 quid a month to host your website. Somewhere there's a big warehouse of computers and you're paying for the privilege of having that computer running. So effectively what we do in here is we build and manufacture the computers by hand in Manchester or UK based, distribute them to your sites, you buy the equipment, you run the equipment, you earn crypto off the back of it. And ultimately, how does this benefit you? Well, ultimately what we're doing is we're taking farms, businesses, anaerobic digesters and turning them into mini data centers. And because there's some great advantages, you know, there's no contracts, there's no PPA agreements, there's no licenses, there's no red tape, there's no planning, there's no permission. You can purchase some equipment and be earning from the second it's deployed. So that comes with some quite nice things. So this isn't some small thing that's a new idea that some bloke from Manchester's come up with. There are now FTSE and NASDAQ listed companies that are doing this at huge commercial scales. You know, they've actually purchased entire hydropower facilities to be able to do this around the world. And again, El Salvador, a very forward-thinking country, has now made the world's first geothermal Bitcoin mining center based off its own volcano, which is pretty cool. So again, some of the cultures there. So again, I'll give you a quick overview of the numbers. Things have changed, obviously, with the markets at the moment, but just to give you an average income, what I'll go is the pence per kilowatt. You're not too interested in the ROI. So an £18,000 machine last year made about £25,000. Very strong year in the crypto market. But what you're really interested in is probably the renewable energy numbers. So even if you were selling the power, selling the coins at the end of each month, and you didn't want to kind of hold the coins and move in the market, we haven't seen anything less than 60 pence a kilowatt. If you would have kept your coins at the end of last year and rose the asset value as things moved, we've got clients earning over £3 per kilowatt, which is some of the advantages of how nice crypto can be. So it works out quite nicely because all you need is a plug socket and an internet connection. And again, some of these constrained sites, you presume you need crazy good internet. Not the case at all. You can actually run the equipment on 4G remote dongles. So we now have containerized solutions that we place all over the world next to these sites. And irrespective of how much power you need, you can use them quite nicely. So each one of these machines uses 1.5 kilowatts, and you can simply scale to whatever requirements are needed. So whether it just be the inside of an AD shed there, or an outbuilding, or a very physically small footprint, you can imagine that each one of these machines produced over £20,000 of revenue per machine last year. The numbers can scale quite quickly. So we've found this working really well for all sorts of renewable energy applications. Obviously AD being a primary one because of course you produce power 24/7. So this is a really nice addition to be able to circumnavigate lots of other things that are going on there. So again, it's me and the team, so I know I've rattled through that nice and quickly, but I just wanted to give the time back to the rest of the guys to be able to have some Q&A. So hopefully you can fire some questions at me, and I'd love to be able to help answer some of those as we go. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed. So I might have a spare room going, so I may speak to you later. My first question for John is, do we have any questions that have come online? If so, no, nothing. Okay, so if there's any pressing questions from the audience, if you could state your name and your affiliation and who you're directing the question at. Do you have any questions from the audience? If not, or no one's going to raise their hand? Okay. So thinking about the snapshots of tomorrow, one question, same question for each of the speakers, and if you could think about this in a very quick answer, is what technologies which don't exist today, what holy grail technologies would you like to see available in 2030 that you think would be transformative? The reason I ask this is that in the Research and Development Working Group, one of the things that we're setting up is the grand challenges asking the industry what are those holy grail technologies so that we can get the academic or the industrial community to try to address those. So, starting with yourself.
Well, I mean, one of the big things that's quite cool about our equipment is because we use graphics cards as the kind of main engine of the computations. A computer graphics card is the same bit of kit that does artificial intelligence, deep compute, kind of high yielding calculations. So what we're now seeing is a lot of our clients are using the same equipment not only for crypto mining, but also to provide revenue for distributed computation. So effectively the business will continue to move into a combination of renewable energy and distributed cloud compute for data centers.
Do you need any new technology, or is it just using what's already
Well, it's more an integration of the softwares to make all of that happen. So all of that now exists, and it's just a case of joining the dots moving forward.
Okay, thank you. Danielle, same question.
All the technologies capturing and converting CO2 are a lot worthy of investigation, and will for sure be present in the future in anaerobic digestion, biogas. The CO2 is not a residue, must be a feedstock for further use. But what we are actually doing is to help increasing to producing more methane, but at the same time you can use it as a feedstock for other bioprocesses and producing other fuels or other chemical components, proteins, and I'm quite sure that this market will just grow in the future.
Okay. Donny?
It's not so much technology that doesn't exist yet, but energy storage for particularly us when the wind turbine isn't blowing, which you might imagine isn't often in Stornoway in the Western Isles, but there are times in the summer, and as the scale comes down for energy storage. Something we're also working on just now is we've got a grant from the Scottish Government on making medical grade oxygen, or making the oxygen we currently capture and compress to a medical standard that the Western Isles could become self-sufficient. We're currently in the business continuity plan where there another pandemic, and if we all think back to the beginning of the COVID pandemic, there was a global shortage of oxygen. And where we are so remote, relying on ferries, etc., to deliver the oxygen, it got a bit hairy at one stage with people in high dependency, etc., and a global shortage of oxygen. So the majority of people with electrolyzers, the oxygen's vented as a byproduct, simply enough to capture it and compress it. However, to get it certified to medical grade. Now, having spoken to the health board, it was a choice of, if it was a choice of no oxygen or uncertified oxygen that's captured off an electrolyzer, that's a no-brainer. But that would only be in an extreme circumstance. So we've now got a grant off the Scottish Government to investigate how we get it to medical grade, certified, and then the health service can use the oxygen we're producing on a waste site, basically. So I think the technology is there. I'm not suggesting anything that isn't already there, but the development of it to be more available, practical, and scalable.
Getting the value out of your all your products, something that we all know very much in this audience. Same question for Jesper, and then I'll go around the virtual sort of colleagues, and then we'll come back to the audience.
Yeah, I would say higher efficient carbon conversion into X. I mean, that's the need we have. We can already now convert at some efficiency carbon into, that could be methanol, it could be gasoline, diesel or something, but increasing the efficiency of those processes, I think, is what is needed for the future.
Thank you, Jesper. Adrian. We can't hear you at the moment, Adrian. Is that our side or is it his side? It's his side.
No, it's my side. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Yeah, so I think I'll very briefly give you three. In terms of the industry as a whole, I think it's going to be technology around the safety and use of hydrogen in grid-based heating applications. I think that needs a bit of development yet for hydrogen into the grid. In terms of pure technology, I think intensified biotech-based protein production from methane, I think that would be particularly interesting given the need we have in the protein market. And then in terms of anaerobic digestion, I don't think we've effectively dealt with the digestate question yet. So I'm still looking for ways to maximize digestate use.
Thank you, Jim. Olivier.
Oh, two ideas. First of all, continue to intensify the anaerobic digestion process, improve the performance, the general performance at biological level. Continue to improve also the quality of the digest, like Adrian suggested. So it's very important to improve local acceptance. And after, there is the other technology to produce biomethane, like gasification, hydrothermal gasification, methanation, that can also unlock a so huge potential for the future.
Thank you. And finally, Alex.
I think one of the most important things to look at is the technology that enables the coordination of different types of power generation and storage assets and enables you to optimize them in real term to maximize the value from a given point in time versus the market signals.
So thank you very much, and I'd like you all to look out for the Grand Challenges document that the WBA will be issuing. So, get your wish list out there, because we're then going to try to empower the community to deliver those solutions. So I think we've got a question from the audience.
Hello, Guy Blanche, LEAP Micro AD. We're fortunate to be working on a Horizon 2020 project around mobile sort of digestate nutrient recovery. And for us, the biggest challenges is probably in the feedstock waste plastics and antibiotic treatment. So yeah, any kind of encouraging investors out there would be great to help us out on that project. Funding is another challenge.
Yeah, always the challenge. Do we have any other questions from the audience? Now, one thing I'm just realising, it's an all-male panel that we've got at the moment. And when I was a young researcher, I was told that I could only go to a conference if I gave a poster, gave a presentation, or contributed by asking questions. So I'm now going to invite the ladies in the room to ask a question specifically. So what's your burning question for the panel? Have the microphone over there, please.
Maybe one question linked with crypto. I think that we can something in the AD that we have to face or to deal with is the traceability of the waste, of the gas, of each kind of gas. And I think that we can do something with not cryptocurrency, but only crypto technology. So can we develop something maybe at a worldwide level to be able to trace everything we do about waste and about renewable gas?
Fantastic question, and I could answer it, but I will hand it over to the panel. Does anyone want to pick up on that one?
Well, yeah, is the answer. So a lot of people, when you hear about Bitcoin and crypto, they're just kind of the big names at the top. Usually I'd go into a separation between what is cryptocurrency and what is blockchain. So blockchain is the underlying secret source that all of this is built on. And effectively, if you boil all of that down, it's a glorified posh spreadsheet where every single data record is publicly viewable. So in the interest of practical terms of business, those of you that might be aware, there's over 10,000 different types of cryptocurrency. And a lot of people knee-jerk to that and think, why the hell have we got 10,000 types of coins? Well, the reality of it is the vast majority of those coins are not actually forms of currency. The vast majority of those products are businesses that are forming totally legitimate business events and organizations. And there are specific coins that exist today specifically for carbon capture, biogas transfer, energy transfer, where every single record of intermission is tracked on the blockchain. So any third party can account for that entirely without any interaction. So that blockchain technology is such a big buzzword commercially because of all the applications that it processes. So machines like mine simply upkeep those networks. But in terms of practicality, yeah, you know, you've got all the big shipping and industrial companies that are now using blockchain to track supply and chain logistics. You've got the flight companies using it for airport support data. You've got literally all of the big names putting everything onto the blockchain, because what we've done is effectively create a technology that digitizes human trust. And that's a really big deal for business, and particularly in answer to that question, it gives perfect transparency. So that's one of the many ways in which it's being used.
Does anyone else on the panel want to address that? It's a fantastic area because at the moment the entire sector is very much reliant on that green gas certificate, and then just understanding how the all the traceability going back is very important. So I know we're very interested in that because you have to trust, but then of course if something's broken upstream, then I think using blockchain is a low-cost way of actually maintaining that security. So fantastic question, fantastic point, and I think in the future we'll be hearing much more about digitisation and the power that's going to come from that. Any other questions from the audience? Okay, that's great, because I can ask all my catalysis questions of Jesper now. And so one of the challenges, you talk about efficiency, that's an OPEX issue, but of course then there's CAPEX, and then asset utilisation efficiency. So at the small scale, and this is the small scale of an AD plant, then what are the most effective chemicals, fuels that you can make, and at what scale? So, and can you compete with biomethane injection if that's possible?
It's it's hard to pinpoint the answer to that question because it's very site specific. If you have an off-taker of, let's say, green methanol, then that's the viable route. We can identify that we can definitely compete, you can say, with the green methanol market. We can deliver methanol per ton at a price that is compatible with green methanol that exists otherwise from that. We definitely see some competition from, you can say, especially biomethanation. It has some advantages where we can sort of push our agenda a little bit, or our technology is that we are technology ready. We can deliver this solution tomorrow, so to speak, compared to the bio routes in development to some extent still regarding what we can otherwise produce and compete with biomethane injection. It can be, but of course what we would like to see is that the CO2 emissions also get incentivized to reduce them instead of just emitting them. Because right now it's biogenic, so it's not being taxed or priced in anything, so it's just being emitted to the atmosphere. And if that's, so you can say, if there's added a tax to that, or even methane emissions, then all of a sudden the business case for upgrading the CO2 gets substantially better.
I saw Alex raise his hand. Would you like to comment, Alex?
Yeah, your initial starting point there was with respect to efficiency. I think we have to move on as an industry. CHP historically has been base load electricity and heat for maximum efficiency, but we've got to move to time efficiency as well. And time efficiency means you're generating power when it is required. So a small biogas plant that may not efficiently recover electricity or recover grid injected biomethane can now form part of a microgrid, which might improve resilience for an industrial facility. I think you have to think outside of the historical box of baseload electricity and heat, baseload grid injection of gas, and see when you're creating products that is most matched to the time when it's needed.
I know in our case then, developing a plant for renewable DME using municipal solid waste, and the key thing why we developed it is to get something cost competitive with the fossil alternative, because in the future we're going to have efficient processes which will be subsidy free, because relying on subsidies is a challenge, but that will come from the right technology and the combination of feedstocks. Are there any other questions from the audience? Do any of the panel members have any questions for the other panelists? Is sort of one request? If not, I've got a question for Olivier. So, Olivier, Total Energies, you're a big petrochemical company. Then, in percentage terms for your company, how much do you think you can reduce the fossil business that you currently have with all the assets that you have into a non-fossil business? So what do you think is realistic on a 2030 and then a 2050 timeframe?
It's a very good question. So what I can say is we are putting the maximum effort to invest in project today. The investment, the money is not the problem. The problem is the project. The topic is how we can develop much more project in the future. We have plenty of partnership all over the world. We are working with the Adani Group in India, for example, for the biogas. Adani is a big conglomerate. So the purpose is to develop those projects. We have a partnership in US with Clean Energy. It's refilling stations dedicated to gas. So we are investing hugely in renewables, electricity, renewables for gas, so biogas. So, but now what is very important is to be able to accelerate the curve. So it's not really the problem of the investment. The problem is really the time for developing a project. It's very long for making a project in renewable. So we need really, if we want to decarbonize Europe and the world, we need to be able to accelerate. So, and we need to accelerate on the regulation. We need to accelerate on the local acceptance also, because when you say the country wants to do project, yes, but when you go locally, it's very hard for our developers to develop the project. We are doing project with several other developers and they have all the same problem. It takes very long to make projects, sometimes 5 to 6 years. So it's too long. We will not be able to fulfill the Paris Agreement if we take so much time to develop projects. So Total is putting all of its effort, and we have plenty of young people here that very believe that we want and we can change the things. But the problem now is really the regulation and the capability of countries to accelerate on those aspects.
So, for perspective, in our company, we've aimed at 100% of our renewable energy products will be from sustainable and renewable sources by 2040, and I'm busy developing, sort of that within our company. It's a big challenge that our board has given us, and we're looking forward to working with the community to achieve that. But I think it's important that targets such as that are set. So I see we've got 4 minutes left. John, any questions from the hundreds of people that are watching online? If you just check. So, thinking, Donny, of the system that you've got in place, then how reproducible do you think that is to other island communities? There's an awful lot of push in the Scottish Government for the island communities. Then do you see this being spread to, sort of other, rural off-grid communities as well?
Absolutely, 100%. And that's part of the reason we were invited to join the Robinson project, because I did a similar presentation probably at the All Energy before the pandemic. And we've demonstrated through necessity, we've integrated all the kind of renewable technologies, but at the heart of it, your anaerobic digestion plant that is digesting municipal solid waste. So for every ton you're diverting from landfill, you're offsetting your carbon. You've got free fuel, you're producing biogas. That biogas is running your gas engine that runs an electrolyzer. A common problem locally and nationally is curtailed power as well. So we have a wind turbine that was curtailed. So our capacity to generate was greater than our license to export to the grid. So we took private wires and we fabricated and made a thermal store. That saved us 25k in kerosene every year for heating the AD. So we've got an electric boiler now and a thermal store, and a private wire going to the electrolyzer to power the electrolyzer. So we're maximising the efficiency of the wind turbine and getting the feed-in tariff, the additional feed-in tariff for using the curtailed power. Up and down the country, there are wind turbines that are all curtailed. If every one of them put an electrolyzer on, produced hydrogen, it's just finding the market. And that market is coming and coming rapidly. And then, like I say, historically, we vented the oxygen like most people. But now we're capturing it, and we were selling it back to the salmon company at their hatcheries, and now we're working towards getting it to medical grade. So any remote island community could do what we're doing. Anybody at it's scalable and transferable, and that is, like I say, part of the reason we were invited to the Robinson project, and just to upscale it, and it is transferable to other remote, vulnerable communities.
View from Scandinavia.
No, actually, I just wanted to add a point to the question you added to Total Energies here, and the thing of talking about decarbonizing and defossilizing. That we believe there's going to be a transition period where you will decarbonize your fossil industry, and then on top of that, we will start to defossilize our industry in between that. So you can say the AD community, that's defossilizing it, but you can say applying carbon removal technologies for fossil industry is decarbonizing it. And at the scale that we need to do this, then we see that the need to decarbonize is just as important as defossilizing it at this stage.
I think we're still going to need carbon. And now, I'm afraid we've run out of time, have we? So I will now invite Charlotte to the stage to close what has been an excellent expo. So thank you, Charlotte.
Thank you. Well, what a fantastic 2 days from my perspective. Thank you to all of our amazing speakers and contributors for what's proved to be immensely useful to find out what's happening around the world to ensure that we meet the challenge of doing what we as an industry can do to mitigating the climate crisis, which is huge. But I think the biggest lesson or the biggest issue we are addressing today is that of speed. 2030 is 7.5 years away, and we have said that we have to commit to delivering our contribution to that target of 2030 in 7.5 years. So the most important thing we have to understand as the World Biogas Association from you is what actions can we collectively do that will take away the barriers to you delivering on the ground. So we've learned a lot over the past 2 or 3 days of some of the things that we can do, but please, after today, keep feeding into us the main barriers and the main things that we can do through our working groups to help you. Standardization is clearly one of those things that will be immensely helpful. But so on that note, I'm just going to say thank you all. Thank you to today's speakers and those here. Thank you to all of you participating and our exhibitors. And I look forward to continuing to work with you all so that we can really #make it happen. Thank you.
So